Chapter 1077 Netherworld. After the golden flame Suani's breathing ceased, true Lord Dakong did not relax, still keeping his silver rings binding it. And from its heart wound, a stream of crimson-gold blood, guided by true monarch Wuchen, flowed into a purple-gold alchemy furnace. Preparations for refining the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan had already begun 100 years ago, with only this one crucial main ingredient missing. This beast has abundant essence and blood. This batch should yield at least 7 pills. Dakong Zhenjun watched Wu Chen Zhenjun's actions with a hint of anticipation. Pretty much, if we're lucky, it might turn into half a grain. Having refined pills his entire life, true monarch Wuchen was well aware of his own abilities. As soon as the essence blood of the golden flame Suani entered the pill furnace, he could already see the number of pills that would be formed. The great void true lord understood what half a pill meant. It meant a pill with a relatively high amount of erysipelas. However, for cultivators in the heavenly river realm, it remains an unparalleled divine pill that they desperately seek. Even knowing that the pills contained excessive levels of toxins, Xingji, Hongyun, and others would still swallow them without hesitation. We 2 sects will each take 4 grains, and will give 1 grain to the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect and the 5 Elements sect. Who do you think should take the remaining 1.5 grains? True Lord Dakong inquired about the distribution of the elixirs. The 5 meridians of burning heaven have made a great contribution this time. Give 1 to Hongyun. If Xingji wants the remaining half, give it to him. Wuchen Zhenjun shared his thoughts, and Dakong Zhenjun nodded, indicating that he had no objections. At this moment, the last drop of essence blood in the golden flame Suani's body had been extracted. The 2 nascent soul true monarchs breathed a sigh of relief and were about to distribute the remaining parts of the corpse when suddenly a chilling current surged from all directions. As the great void true monarch cultivated the void secret technique, he immediately sensed the sudden change and distortion of the surrounding void power. He retrieved the silver ring that bound the golden flame Suani, located the teleportation array he had left outside, and wanted to leave with the dustless true monarch. Not good. But at this moment, true monarch Wuchen's expression changed drastically as he looked at the rock wall of the cave. The dragon scales on it seemed to come alive at this moment, constantly wriggling and moving. The void has been severed. We may have entered a mysterious little world. At this moment, the expression on Dakong Zhenjun's face also changed drastically. The teleportation array he left outside could be located anywhere in the heavenly river realm, but now there's no way to sense it. This situation indicates that they are no longer within the heavenly river realm. We've been tricked. At this moment, true monarch Wuchen turned the corpse of the golden flame Suani over. He saw that in the center of its 4 limbs and claws, there was a dark, eerie light, like a rotating wheel mark. The wheel of reincarnation. Is it a method left behind by Tu Ming? When Dakong Zhenjun saw this scene, he frowned. With his cultivation level, he couldn't have ambushed us silently. Wuchen Zhenjun shook his head, signaling Dakong Zhenjun to collect the corpse of the golden flame Suani. At the same time, he took out the heaven and earth Xuanji instrument and looked at the scales that seemed to have come to life in the surrounding rock walls. As strands of celestial light poured in, the golden sphere at the center of the Xuanji instrument began to rotate, surveying the surroundings. Soon, true monarch Wuchen discovered something shocking. This is the netherworld. When Dakong Zhenjun heard this, he frowned. Although he had long guessed that they had left the Tian realm, he thought it was just a small realm created by some powerful being. If it's the netherworld, then that would be a bit troublesome. If I'm not mistaken, this Dragon Abyss Cave should be one of the 9 sons of the Ghost Mother, the entrance for the netherworld dragon to enter and exit the Yin and Yang realms. I don't know if the golden flame Suani found this place on its own or if Tu Ming guided it, but after it died, it seems to have completed a kind of sacrificial ritual, transferring the 2 of us from the Yang realm to this netherworld. After comparing the 2 nascent soul true monarchs with the scriptures of their respective sects, and considering the Dragon Abyss Cave and their current situation, true monarch Wuchen roughly drew a conclusion. When the ghost mother descended to calamity in the past, she caused a great disaster in the eastern continent. The moral sect was the main force assisting the Eastern imperial court in quelling the calamity. That generation of nascent soul cultivators left behind many secret records. For example, the wheel of reincarnation was taken back to the netherworld by the nether dragon after the tribulation of the ghost mother. Later, somehow, it fell into the hands of Mingzun, enabling the latter to reach the realm of the lord of the eastern continent's demonic path. Doesn't too Ming have an avatar in your possession? After hearing this, true Lord De Kong couldn't help but ask a question. He committed suicide shortly after being captured from Wudi Mountain. Wuchen Zhenjun sighed. He had originally planned to find out more secrets about the demonic path from Tu Ming, and even the methods to enter and leave the netherworld. You should know that the Ascension platform is still in the netherworld. Since Tu Ming was able to obtain the Wheel of Reincarnation, it is obvious that information about the mysterious underworld can be obtained from him. Let's prepare to go back first. If the two of us are trapped in the netherworld, the righteous path of the eastern continent will be in trouble. We can't rely on Chen Gixian alone. The great void true lord spoke up, saying that whether it was the flying yaksha or the bright venerable who was hiding in the shadows recovering his strength, they were both old demons who had been around for many years. Although Chen Mobai is exceptionally talented and has a high chance of becoming a nascent soul cultivator, he is not a true nascent soul cultivator after all. Moreover, the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan is still in Wu Chen Zhen Jun's alchemy furnace. Without it, the 4 holy lands of the eastern continent will lose at least half of their nascent soul cultivators in the future. Do you have a solution? When true monarch Wuchen heard true monarch Dakung say this, his eyes lit up. We entered through a gap opened by the nether dragon between the yin and yang realms. I can use the void escape technique to try and find that gap, and then see if I can sense the teleportation mark I left in the heavenly river realm. The great void true lord explained his plans, and it was fortunate that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the Takesu Misty Palace, who had spent his entire life cultivating the void secret technique. I'll use the heavenly and earthly spheres to help you. Seeing that there was hope of leaving, true monarch Wuchen nodded and activated the supreme treasure he was holding. This magical artifact contains a complete 6th-order spiritual vein. Even in a netherworld environment, it can help the two of them recover. With this assistance, Lord De Kong need not worry about energy expenditure. The golden and silver rings burst forth with unprecedentedly dazzling silver light, landing at the feet of the great void true lord, carrying him to travel and fly throughout the cave, using the void escape technique to sense the gaps in space. Soon, true monarch Dakung discovered a faint, familiar aura at a spot on a wriggling dragon scale. This is it. True monarch Dakung pointed to a piece of dragon scale that was fused with the rock wall, grayish-white with a hint of dark black, took out a silver-white talisman, forced out his essence blood from his fingertip, and solemnly placed it on the talisman to activate it. This is the trump card of the Takesu Misty Palace's nascent soul stage. Once activated, it will instantly teleport you to the Central Plains headquarters for assistance, no matter where you are. But now that it's in the underworld, I don't know if it will still work. The Great Void True Lord is activating it now, in order to use the properties of this talisman to see if he can use it to open a gap to the heavenly river realm. If possible, he could sense the teleportation array he left outside, and use the void escape technique to bring true monarch Wuchen back. By the way, what if our young friend Chen outside was also transferred to the netherworld like us? At this moment, true monarch Wuchen suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but ask. Do you have his communication talisman? See if you can get in touch with him. If you can't, you can only hope he hasn't been involved. After a moment's hesitation, true Lord De Kong said this. Wuchen Zhenjun understood his meaning. Staying in the netherworld for even a little longer would increase the danger. If they encountered wild ghosts or gods, or even more terrifying ghost mothers and 9 sons, they would perish. Neither of them had Chen Mobai's communication talisman. They looked at each other and both sighed. If he has truly fallen into the underworld, we can only wish him good fortune. After saying that, True Monarch Dakong immediately activated the talisman. As expected, the trump card of the nascent soul stage was extraordinary. The dragon scales in the gap between the yin and yang realms suddenly became transparent. As the talisman was integrated, gradually the center of the dragon scales was stained with silver light spots. As the light entered, the great void True Lord, using the void escape technique, saw the portal that was far away yet right before his eyes. Entrance to Longyuan Cave. After the golden flame lion's aura disappeared, Chen Mobai suddenly felt a strong tremor. The entire cave wall surged like waves, as if it were being stirred by an invisible giant hand. The spiritual veins he controlled with the Tei Luotian formation suddenly seemed to be swallowed up by a bottomless maw, and he could no longer sense them. Looking around, the rock walls were riddled with cracks. If it weren't for the Tei 5 smoke silk supporting them, countless pebbles would have already fallen and buried the place. It's going to collapse. After this thought flashed through Chen Mobai's mind, his divine sense surged into the cave, wanting to bring Wuchen Zhenjun and the others out. However, he discovered that a twisted and dark void power suddenly surged out from inside the cave, combining with the dragon scales whose traces could still be seen in the surrounding rock walls, changing the world. When he came to his senses, he found himself seemingly inside the body of a dark blue dragon-shaped creature, with the dragon scales on the surrounding rock walls being the traces left by it as it crawled towards the mortal world. He tried to escape using the void armor technique, but it was all in vain inside the nether dragon's body. The only saving grace is that this nether dragon is illusory, merely a trace left in Dragon Abyss Cave tens of thousands of years ago. But these traces also possess spirituality, giving rise to the eerie environment of Dragon Abyss Cave and leaving behind a passage between the realms of yin and yang. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking about how to escape, a dark blue light shone from the nether dragon scales, carrying an eerie fluctuation that engulfed him and the entire Dragon Abyss Cave. After a brief moment of dim light, Chen Mobai found himself still inside the Dragon Abyss Cave, but now he was standing on a gloomy, grayish-white soil. The sky had turned a depressing dark red, and the air was filled with the smell of decay and death. This is the netherworld. Chen Mobai's heart tightened, and he quickly mobilized his divine sense to explore the surrounding environment. The second primordial spirit, which was also transferred, was taken back into his body. In this environment, the aura of the pure Yang scroll was simply too conspicuous. However, the moment it was transferred, the second primordial spirit instinctively unleashed its most powerful aura, attempting to resist the teleportation power of the nether dragon. Upon arriving here, the nine heavens primordial Yang purple extreme image hung in the dark red sky, causing a violent tremor in the surrounding cold and ghostly energy. When Chen Mobai withdrew his second primordial spirit, he already sensed a powerful, sinister aura rapidly approaching him. This should be the real netherworld, not the Yellow Springs road that the primordial ancestor of the eastern wilderness found before. The road to the underworld is considered a gap between the realms of yin and yang. Only after reaching its end can one truly step into the netherworld. Just as he was thinking about how to contact True Monarch Wuchen and True Monarch Dakong, Turtle Treasure, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly started popping up windows violently. Host detected to have traversed the celestial membrane. Should we anchor to this new world for future teleportation? Chen Mobai looked at the pop-up window on his phone screen, clicked Anchor without any hesitation, and then chose to return to the city via the Tian realm. A brilliant silver light shone, and Turtle Baby began to guide. Just then, eerie shadows flickered overhead, and waves of sharp killing intent approached. Returning to town requires an 8-second channeling time and will be cancelled if attacked. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately took out a large handful of talismans from his storage bag. These were all the great Yang sword talismans he had crafted. They are all 4th-grade high-quality talismans, and contained the power of extremely yang and strong golden flames. Chen Mobai had already used the sound of the empty valley to sense that there were no ghosts or gods nearby, and these talismans were enough to protect him for 8 seconds. At this moment, a piercing roar suddenly rang out, and countless translucent vengeful spirits and dark blue-black demons from the underworld poured down from the hole above like a tide. Their gazes toward Chen Mobai were filled with hatred and longing for the living. May the deceased rest in peace. As Chen Mobai spoke these words, golden flames ignited from the great Yang sword talismans, forming a circular wall of talismans around him, completely enveloping him. The vengeful spirits and evil ghosts, touched by the golden flames, were as if they had been doused with oil, and were turned into pinkish-white ashes by the extremely yang and powerful true fire, which fell down along the golden talisman wall. At this moment, Chen Mobai's body had already disappeared from the spot. After a flash of silver light, Chen Mobai opened his eyes and found himself back in the heavenly river realm. However, without his support, the Dragon Abyss Cave has been completely buried, and he is now underground. As the Tei-5 smoke garland circulated, the colorful misty energy supported the massive amount of stones, creating a new space. Following his memory, Chen Mobai arrived at the teleportation array that the Great Void True Monarch had asked him to guard. I originally thought it might disappear during the transfer by the Nether Dragon, but I didn't expect it to still be here. It seems that the eerie blue light that erupted earlier was only directed at living beings. Thinking this way, Chen Mobai began to worry about Wuchen Zhenjun and Dakong Zhenjun again. They don't have a tortoise treasure, so how did they escape from the underworld? If they are truly lost and cannot return, wouldn't that mean that the righteous path is left with only him as its pillar? Is he going to shoulder the burden of not only the immortal sects, but also the entire Eastern continent? Thinking about it this way, Chen Mobai suddenly felt immense pressure. But along with it came a sense of duty and obligation. After returning, first announce the end of the reclamation, and then let the righteous path of the East support the resurgent demonic path. It is believed that, with the support of the great formations of the major immortal cities in the East and the foundation of the Holy Land, it should be able to hold out for several decades. Once he truly attained godhood, he emerged from seclusion to turn the tide, eradicate the demonic path, and save the world. By then, the foundation of the righteous path in the Eastern continent would have been nearly exhausted, and perhaps then the lesser immortal sect could be promoted to the Eastern lands, officially bringing the entire Eastern continent under the 5 elements sect's control. If this matter succeeds, the scope of Chen Mobai's Dao Law fruit will not be limited to the 3 border regions. If one can rule the Eastern continent, then it's not impossible to one day rule the 5 continents and 4 seas, and even the entire heavenly river realm. Just as Chen Mobai was already thinking about unifying the Milky Way and becoming the heavenly emperor of the mortal realm, the teleportation array left by the Great Void True Lord on the stone platform suddenly lit up with a silver light. Then a crack appeared in the void, and the golden and silver rings suddenly appeared from within, wedging the crack from top to bottom and tearing it open to the left and right. Under Chen Mobai's gaze, the slightly disheveled True Monarch Wuchen and True Monarch Dakong emerged from the gap. Behind them, a sinister and eerie chill surged forth, trying to pursue them through the crack. "How dare you!" Chen Mobai immediately wielded his second primordial spirit and unleashed a sword strike. A tail that had emerged from the void was instantly severed by the golden Yuan Yang sword. Hiss! A painful cry came from behind the door, and at that moment, True Lord Dekong had already retrieved his golden and silver rings. The void rift suddenly closed, and Chen Mobai saw a pair of scarlet eyes staring coldly at him. Not to be outdone, he activated his second primordial spirit and slashed through the last gap with his sword. But a strange, sharp claw crushed the 5th-tier Yuan Yang sword demon into dust. When Chen Mobai finally saw this scene, he was shocked. He had easily severed one of his opponent's tails and thought the ghost was just an ordinary spirit. It now seems that the opponent entered the mortal world, and most of his power was suppressed by the great Tao of the heavenly river realm. Therefore, he was able to rely on the characteristics of the pure Yang scroll and the power of the Yuan Yang sword to easily cut him down. In the netherworld, the opponent's power can be fully unleashed, and even if they encounter the Yuan Yang sword fiend, which is its counter, they can be easily suppressed. However, Chen Mobai knew that the pure Yang scroll was specifically designed to attack demons, and the second primordial spirit was a true nascent soul realm cultivator. Even in the netherworld, achieving this was not easy. That ghostly creature was at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage, or perhaps at the void refining stage. Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately felt that he had been a bit rash. "Thank you for your help, young friend Chen. Fortunately, you weren't caught up in the netherworld and managed to protect my teleportation array. Otherwise, we might both be trapped there." After tidying himself up, Wuchen Zhenjun thanked Chen Mobai. After closing the void rift, True Monarch De Kong immediately swallowed a pill and took out 2 top-grade spirit stones to meditate on the spot. Even though he was a nascent soul True Monarch, he still suffered a great loss of vital energy after using the void escape technique to escape from the netherworld. "Seniors, what's going on? The Golden Flame Suani actually possesses such abilities." Chen Mobai didn't mention that he had also visited the netherworld. He pretended to be surprised, thinking that Wuchen Zhenjun and the others had been ambushed by the Golden Flame Suani before their deaths. "That beast, though its cultivation is decent, can't do this. It's also our fault for being careless." Wuchen Zhenjun sighed and began to recount his and Dakong Zhenjun's experiences entering and leaving the netherworld. Ghost Mother and 9 sons. Dark Dragon. The Wheel of Reincarnation. Your Majesty. Upon hearing these keywords, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. Although the news of our sect's plan to explore the wilderness had only circulated among the upper-level cultivators before, Tu Ming must have known about it as well. He must have guided the Golden Flame Suani to discover this cave and placed a mark on it to activate the Nether Dragon's teleportation after his death, intending to ambush us righteous cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Wuchen Zhenjun shared his guess, which Chen Mobai found very reasonable, reminiscent of Mingzhen's style. "Thinking about it this way, it seems I almost got caught in the crossfire. This debt should be placed on Mingzhen's head first." Chen Mobai had a completely domineering attitude towards this lord of the Eastern demonic path. After all, when he was in the nascent soul stage, he had already severed Tu Ming's most important ghost fetus, verifying the pure Yang Scroll's ability to restrain evil spirits. Even if Tu Ming were to cultivate to the nascent soul realm again, he could easily resolve the situation by simply having his second primordial spirit intervene. However, this can also be considered a blessing in disguise. We have entered the true core of the netherworld, where, according to legend, the Ghost Mother buried the ascension platform. If we are unable to break through to the void refinement stage in the future, we can let go of everything and try to find an opportunity to ascend through this gap between the yin and yang realms. True Monarch Wuchen did not hide this matter from Chen Mobai. True Monarch Dakong had already become familiar with this gap by using the void escape technique to travel between the 2 realms. Moreover, he had left his own positioning teleportation array there when he returned. As expected of a senior. After hearing this, Chen Mobai showed admiration. He realized he had also used the turtle treasure for location tracking, so he could check on the situation in the underworld whenever he had free time. "Should we call out to these 2 when we go?" But Chen Mobai immediately rejected the idea in his mind. "It wasn't that I wanted to monopolize the ascension platform, but the netherworld core was such a dangerous place that if it attracted powerful ghosts or even beings like the 9 sons of the Ghost Mother, a mere nascent soul cultivator would certainly not be able to escape. He possesses a tortoise-shaped treasure. As long as he cultivates the 1 leaf obscures the eyes technique to the right level, he can conceal his aura even in the netherworld, allowing him to explore or retreat back to the city." Just then, True Monarch Dakong finished his meditation, and the 2 top-grade spirit stones in his hand shattered into dust, which he casually scattered on the ground. Chen Mobai watched this scene and felt it was a waste. The finest spirit stone fragments are best used to make spirit essence, which is most effective at purifying elixir poison. Qingnu now only uses this kind of spiritual essence to refine pills, so the pills she produces are all of the highest quality. The three of us set up barriers around this place to prevent others from finding it. After standing up, True Lord Dekong solemnly made a suggestion. Chen Mobai immediately understood what he meant. For nascent soul cultivators in the heavenly river realm, the ability to enter and exit the passage where the Netherworld Core Ascension platform is located is an extremely valuable resource. After all, for a nascent soul cultivator to attempt the Nine Heavens tribulation is a certain death sentence. Seeking the Ascension platform in the Netherworld offers at least a glimmer of hope. Let's swear another oath. The secret of Dragon Abyss Cave can only be known by us. If anyone is to reveal this place, or even invite outsiders to venture into the Netherworld, all three of us must agree. Wuchen Zhenjun added a point, and Dakong Zhenjun agreed without any hesitation. Chen Mobai hesitated slightly, for a vow is a line that cannot be crossed. However, considering that in the heavenly river realm, the threads can be inherited by disciples, he decided to adapt to local customs. After making the oath, True Monarch Dakong took the lead, taking out a fifth-order array plate and solemnly protecting the positioning teleportation array he had inscribed on the stone platform. If he wants to enter the Netherworld in the future, he will need to use this teleportation array to connect to the one he left in the Netherworld, which is equivalent to a portal. After True Monarch Dakong finished setting up the formation, Chen Mobai also took action, activating the array plates and flags that True Monarch Wuchen had previously placed in various parts of this spiritual vein. He made slight modifications and adapted the formation to the local conditions, setting up a fifth-order formation. Finally, the three left the Dragon Abyss Cave. Wuchen Zhenjun held the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument in the air and used supreme magic to connect the spiritual veins within a radius of 10,000 miles, moving mountains and filling rivers, changing the landscape, and completely hiding this secret cave. After doing all this, True Lord Dekong took out a box of communication talismans and handed it to Chen Mobai. Young friend, let's keep in touch if you need anything in the future. Following the Great Void True Lord, the Dustless True Lord also followed suit. Chen Mobai felt that this contact method was a bit outdated. He thought that after he became a nascent soul cultivator, he could expand the business of the heavenly instrument to the other territories of the Eastern continent. By the way, he could also ask the Celestial Network Management Bureau to recover more satellites for use here. The satellites that Yunyang Bing helped with before are no longer enough after the Five Elements sect expanded its territory. Aside from the Eastern Wilderness having a full signal, the area around Mingjing Immortal City guarded by Zhou Yi and the Eastern Wu Shore near Yunmeng Marsh are also covered. According to Chen Mobai's estimate, 108 satellites would be enough to cover the entire Eastern continent. While having grand plans in mind, Chen Mobai acted swiftly on the surface, taking the communication talismans from the two nascent soul true monarchs and giving away his own as well. Let's go. After we kill this beast, we can let the people below start clearing out the monsters in the Eastern Mausoleum domain. Wuchen Zhenjun patted his sleeve, and Chen Mobai saw his purple-gold alchemy furnace, knowing that the Tongsheng True Spirit Pill was being refined inside. When True Lord Dekong used the Void Escape technique to instantly teleport the three of them together, Chen Mobai asked about the time it would take to refine the pills. I have been working on this furnace for 30 years. After the essence and blood of the Golden Flame Lion are added, it will probably take another year or two for the pill to solidify. After hearing what True Monarch Wuchen said, Chen Mobai felt that he could afford to wait this long. Chapter 1078 The Lunar Pearl. Chapter 1078 The Lunar Pearl. Amidst the flashing silver light, Chen Mobai and his two companions had already teleported to Shichuo Ridge. It seems we've arrived just in time. After glancing at the situation below, True Lord Dekong couldn't help but speak. The cultivators of the Burning Heaven Five Veins and the ice heaven three veins sat facing each other, forming two magic arrays. Hong Yun and the others, their faces pale, poured their true energy into the purifying world pot to suppress the fifth-order inner core of the golden flame Suweni. However, before this inner core was transferred, the golden flame Suweni had already given the order to detonate it. Even though it fell into the purification pot, it still inevitably exploded. Even with the purifying world pot's restraint, most of the cultivators from the 5 lineages of burning heaven were still severely injured and fell into a coma. Golden flames continued to emerge from the spout of the pot. These were powerful fifth-order true fires, and any nascent soul cultivator present, except for those like Nai Yuanzhang who possessed Dao fruits, would die instantly upon contact with them. Fortunately, the Ice Heaven 3 veins also possessed 5th-tier magical artifacts. Han Xingzi summoned a shimmering, snow-white pearl and used the 5th-tier extreme cold flame to counter it. However, under these circumstances, Hong Yun seemed to have some wicked intentions. He loosened the spout of the purifying world pot slightly, causing the innate blazing yang true fire gushing from the pot's spout to become increasingly intense. Just as Chen Mobai and the other two teleported to their location, Han Xingzi, unable to hold on any longer, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Without its master's control, the Taiyan Pearl flew backward, and the cultivators of the Ice Heaven 3 lineages beside Han Xingzi, including Luo Ying Shangren, also bled from their 7 orifices. Just as they were about to be engulfed by the surging true fire, a figure suddenly teleported in front of them, casually extending his right index finger towards the overwhelming true fire pouring out of the cleansing world pot, and softly uttered a single word: "Freeze." As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the void froze, and the innate blazing sun true fire, which terrified all the nascent soul cultivators present, was directly frozen in front of him. The Ice Heaven 3 Meridian's cultivators, who had just thought they were going to die, fainted due to the extreme ups and downs, especially those with lower cultivation levels who felt the emptiness in their dantian and the exhaustion of their spiritual senses. "Thank you, sect leader Chen, for saving my 3 meridians." After Han Xingzi fainted, the highest-ranking Luo Ying Shangren mustered his strength, struggled to get up, and solemnly thanked Chen Mobai. "It was just a small favor." Chen Mobai gently waved his sleeve, drawing back the Taiyan pearl that had been knocked away by the innate yang true fire, and held it in his palm to sense it. Seeing this, Master Loyang hesitated to speak. "This is the most precious treasure of the shattered Jade Palace, and its importance is comparable to that of the purifying world pot. However, because the 3 branches of the Ice Heaven sect did not have enough manpower, and the innate blazing yang true fire was just right to counter it, this is why it was defeated. Young friend Chen's fire-repelling technique is truly miraculous." Just as Master Loyang was thinking about how to ask Chen Mobai for the Taiyan Pearl, the voice of True Lord Wuchen rang out. He and True Lord Dakong landed in front of Hong Yun, and the two of them simultaneously placed their hands on the still, trembling, purifying pot. After the true power of the 2 nascent soul cultivators surged in, the power of this heaven-burning pure land treasure was fully unleashed, recondensing the still raging innate blazing sun true fire within, transforming it into a golden inner core. "Thank you both for your help." Upon sensing that the purification pot had stopped trembling, Hong Yun immediately stood up and thanked the 2 nascent soul true lords before her. "No need to thank me. I need to requisition this purifying world pot for a period of time to refine the true spirit pill, which uses the innate blazing yang true fire of the golden flame lion as the main ingredient, so that its medicinal effects can be fully realized." True Monarch Wuchen waved his hand, indicating that Hong Yun was celebrating too soon. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's face immediately fell. "This item doesn't belong to the Fire Cloud Palace, but is shared by the 5 branches of the Burning Heaven sect." Although Hong Yun also wanted to possess it, that was after he reached the nascent soul stage. They haven't even received the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan yet, and they're already being requisitioned by Wu Chen Zhen Jun like this. They are extremely unwilling. However, he did not have the courage to rebel against the divine transformation true lord, and could only remain silent. Don't worry, this time we joined forces with young friend Chen to kill that golden flame Suweni, and the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill is about to be completed. In addition to our 4 holy lands, your Burning Heaven 5 veins also made a great contribution. If there is a 7th pill, it will be yours. True monarch Wuchen understood Hong Yun's meaning. Although as a nascent soul cultivator from a sacred land, even if he were to forcibly seize the purifying world pot now, the 5 lineages of burning heaven would not have the strength to refuse. However, the reason why the righteous path is the righteous path is that it still maintains the fairness that should exist on the surface. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun's expression immediately changed from bitter to joy. Thank you both, true lords. After Hong Yun bowed happily, true monarch Wuchen put away the purifying world pot, asked for the refining incantation, and then walked to Chen Mobai's side with true monarch Dakong. Young friend Chen, these innate blazing yang true fires are all part of the inner core of the golden flame Suweni. Without these, the recondensation will be flawed. Please release the restrictions of your spells, and I will use the purification pot to take back these true fires. Wuchen Zhenjun held the purification pot in his hand, facing the golden flames that Chen Mobai had solidified in midair. Chen Mobai nodded, used his innate pure yang energy, and withdrew his fire-stabilizing technique. After achieving the 5 tones realm, he successively upgraded the spells that came with the pure yang scroll to the 5th rank. As the most powerful fire-repelling technique in the immortal sects, the fire-stabilizing technique can easily handle the small amount of innate blazing yang true fire leaking from the purifying world pot. Even Nai Yuanzhang, who was far away, thought that the people of the Ice Heaven 3 veins were too useless and felt that he could easily block them. At this moment, the innate blazing yang true fire, no longer restrained by the fire-fixing technique, suddenly surged wildly in all directions. Nai Yuanzhang, who had just arrived, immediately changed his expression, sensing a life-or-death crisis. Just as he was about to activate the power of the Dao fruit, true monarch Wuchen gently shook the cleansing pot in his hand, and a suction force immediately appeared at the mouth of the pot, swallowing up all the true fire. Young friend Chen, I have a use for this inner core. Which part of the golden flame Suweni's corpse do you want? Consider it compensation to you. After putting the cleansing pot back into his storage bag, true Lord Wuchen asked Chen Mobai with a smile. In this siege of the golden flame Suweni, Chen Mobai contributed his efforts regardless of the circumstances. Besides the 1 true spirit pill of the Saint Realm, he should also be entitled to a share of the remaining spoils. Uzora Shinjun had no objection to this. After all, if Chen Mobai hadn't broken the Dragon Abyss Cave's great formation, they would probably have had no choice but to retreat unwillingly and deal with the rampant Dongli demon path first. Please divide it up first, seniors. The rest is fine with me. The only thing Chen Mobai valued about the golden flame Suweni was its inner core. Since it is possible to cultivate the innate blazing yang true fire, it means that its inner core also has innate attributes and can be used to refine a second primordial spirit. Although he already has it, if he takes it to the immortal sect, he can give it to someone in the Dance Weapon Academy who is cultivating the pure yang scroll, such as his good brother Ming Yihua. But since true monarch Wuchen had already confiscated the purification pot of the 5 meridians of burning heaven for this inner core, he certainly wouldn't try to steal it. Since that's the case, let's just be generous. I see that your robe is only a 4th grade superior quality. How about I give you the fur of the golden flame Suweni? With your refining skills, you can forge a 5th grade robe, which would be more in line with your status. Seeing Chen Mobai being so polite, and also thinking of the latter's feelings, the Great Void True Lord took the initiative to make a suggestion. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai realized that it seemed to be true. As part of the Pure Yang set, the Pure Yang Immortal Robe can only unleash its full power when wielded by the 2nd primordial spirit in the event of a formidable enemy. For example, in this fight with Li, after Chen Mobai took off his immortal robes, he could only rely on the Tei 5 Smoke Robe magic artifact to condense a magic robe for defense. This is definitely not a long-term solution. As the leader of one of the four holy lands of the Eastern continent and a righteous cultivator who has reached the divine transformation stage, he should possess a fifth-tier magic robe. Then thank you both very much. The polite conversation between the three caused Hong Yun, who was standing nearby, and Hank Xingzi, who had been awakened with the help of Master Luoying, to all stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Na Yuanzhang, on the other hand, had already received a message from Yuan Zhen in Dongling Immortal City, informing him that Chen Mobai had mastered the one Yuan Dao body at the nascent soul stage and could be regarded as the third pillar of the righteous path in Dongzhu. We haven't yet congratulated sect leader Chen on mastering his divine abilities and slaying a fifth-tier true spirit. Over the years, Na Yuanzhang has worked with Hong Yun and the others to fight the enemy in Shichuo Ridge. As the commander-in-chief, he has also received a lot of benefits, so he took the initiative to remind Hong Yun, Hank Xingzi, and the others. Upon hearing Na Yuanzhang's words, the White Crow ancestor behind Hong Yun trembled violently and immediately lowered his head. The others, however, stared in shock, their mouths agape. No one doubted this. The fact that Chen Mobai had just effortlessly suppressed the innate blazing sun true fire, which even the combined forces of the ice heaven three meridians couldn't stop, meant that his cultivation level had far surpassed the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the attitudes of true monarch Wuchen and true monarch Dakang have already made everything clear. They certainly didn't believe that these two righteous cultivators who had suppressed the Eastern continent for nearly 1,000 years would be kind to nascent soul cultivator and share their benefits. At this moment, Hong Yun also remembered that she had been bewitched by Beiwu and wanted to attack the Five Elements sect. In an instant, she cursed Beiwu's ancestors for 18 generations in her heart. Han Xingzi and Luo Ying Shangren, seeing Chen Mobai holding the Taiyan pearl in his palm, were at a loss as to how to ask for this precious treasure back. Nephew Nai, I'm leaving this place to you. At this moment, true monarch Wuchen gave an order to Na Yuanzhang. The silver ring on the wrist of true monarch Dakang beside him flashed, already enveloping the three nascent soul cultivators and teleporting them back to Dongling Immortal City. Oh dear, I forgot to return this precious pearl to fellow Taoist Han Xingzi. As the silver light dissipated, Chen Mobai sensed the icy Taiyan pearl in his hand, as if he had only just remembered it. I'll trouble you, young friend Chen, to stay here in Dongling Immortal City. If the three ice heaven veins want this Taiyan pearl, they can come to you from Shichuo Ridge at any time. Wuchen Zhenjun and Dakang Zhenjun didn't care at all. As dignified nascent soul cultivators, it was common for them to requisition fifth-order magic weapons for the sake of the righteous path in the Eastern continent. Didn't you see that the purifying pot is currently in true monarch Wuchen's storage bag? The two of them thought that Chen Mobai had taken a fancy to the Taiyan pearl, which was why he had been holding on to it. This bead doesn't quite look like a magic artifact. As a weapon refiner, I was momentarily mesmerized by it. Chen Mobai explained that he wasn't the kind of person who liked to steal things, but as soon as he arrived at Shichuo Ridge, he noticed the snow-white, shimmering pearl above Han Xingzi's head. Based on his experience with the Five Elements Dao fruit, he felt something was amiss. It looked somewhat like a Dao fruit, so I held it in my hand and observed it for a while. Little did they know that the two true lords acted swiftly and decisively. After obtaining the purifying pot and the inner core of the golden flame lion, they didn't linger at all and took him away directly. At this moment, Shengxi and Palace Master Biluo led the nascent soul cultivators from Dongling Immortal City to welcome the three of them. I'm going to the border of the eastern lands to stop that flying yaksha. Junior brother Wuchen, you can focus on refining pills. On the top floor of Kainyuan Tower, true Lord Dakang spoke first. Currently, there are 3 nascent soul cultivators in the eastern continent, but Chen Mobai only possesses nascent soul combat power and has no cultivation level. The most urgent tasks are undoubtedly dealing with the rampant demonic forces in Dongli and refining the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill. Especially the latter. Once the pill is completed, the righteous path might be able to gain several new nascent soul cultivators. At the very least, Chen Mobai and Shanxi are guaranteed to be included. At that time, not to mention the flying Yaksha, even if the Mingzan returns, he will be no match for the four hands, and there will only be death. Therefore, before that, both nascent soul cultivators felt that the losses in Dongli were bearable. At most, things will return to the state before the war between good and evil, as long as the evil forces don't drive them into the east. Therefore, true Lord Dakong planned to go to the border between the eastern land and the eastern Li, while true Lord Wuchen was refining the Tengsheng true spirit pill. Then I'll trouble you, senior brother, to oversee the demon-suppressing immortal city. As long as you can hold off that flying Yaksha, the cultivators from the various sects of the eastern land in Dongli will have a better chance to evacuate. True monarch Wuchen also agreed with the plan and added a few points. Although this means that the righteous path of the East will gain from the decades of work done by the demonic path in Dongli, the demonic path, as nascent soul cultivators, has a longer-term vision. The minor losses can all be recovered once the Tong Sheng true spirit pill is refined, and there is even a possibility that an unprecedented golden age of righteousness will emerge in the Eastern continent. What a pity! I've cultivated diligently for nearly 200 years, mastering demon-subduing supernatural powers, but it can only allow those demonic villains to live a few more years. Chen Mobai felt a little regretful about this. Now that he had the Yuanyang sword in his hand, he didn't know how he could lose to a demonic cultivator. However, the two true lords also made sense. It would be better to play it safe and wait until the righteous path had more nascent soul cultivators before launching a counterattack. The people around him looked rather strange upon hearing his words. This kid isn't even 200 years old. Upon realizing this, Wuchen Zhenjun's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. He is over 1,300 years old. Chen Mobai's contribution was less than a fraction of his. Doesn't this mean that, when he and Da Kong reach a certain age, the eastern continent will belong to this kid? Previously, true monarch Wuchen had great confidence in his successor Shanxi, but after getting to know Chen Mobai these days, he realized that in terms of talent, this kid could rank in the top 10 in the tens of thousands of years of history of the eastern continent. Perhaps he might even be able to reach the void realm like Yuan King. Thinking this way, true Lord Wuchen was both happy and worried. He was happy that after Yuan King, a new pillar of white jade would soon emerge in the righteous path of the eastern continent. He was worried because this person was not from his moral sect. Fortunately, it wasn't either the Taeksu Misty Palace or the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect. Thinking this way, true Lord Wuchen felt a little more at ease. The foundation of the Yiyuan lineage is still a bit weak, and it is estimated that it will decline for a long time after Chen Gixian. Even if Chen Gixian ascended to heaven like Yiyuan Zhenjun, he would only have created the 5 elements holy land. He could not possibly exist forever like the 3 sects. Young friend, you possess extraordinary demon-refining abilities, which will surely come in handy. Please bear with me for now. I'll leave the Eastern Tomb region to you. Wuchen Zhenjun spoke kindly to comfort Chen Mobai. You two seniors can make the arrangements. Chen Mobai naturally agreed. Anyway, since there were no properties of his 5 elements sect in Dongli, he wouldn't suffer any loss if the demonic path took them over. He had only said some polite words about being irreconcilably opposed to the demonic path because of his status as the leader of the Holy Land. Then I'll go back to the sect to refine pills. Sir, come with me. It's time to pass on the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill to you. After arranging the development of the Eastern Mausoleum domain, true Lord Wuchen got up to leave. Since Xuan was not present, he could only pass on the teachings to his disciple Qi Jiansu first. By the way, young friend Chen, the golden flame Suani's pelt will be given to you after the true spirit pill of the saintly realm is refined. This is because there may be some loss of essence and blood during the pill refining process, and in order to increase the success rate, we may need to put a portion of the corpse into the pill furnace to replenish it. Before leaving, true monarch Wuchen said something to Chen Mobai, who nodded in understanding. I'll give you a ride. I'm going to the demon-suppressing immortal city anyway." As De Kong Zhenjun stood up, the silver ring on his wrist spun as he spoke, and silver light enveloped Wu Chen Zhenjun and his disciple. In an instant, the three of them had disappeared from the spot. Chen Mobai hesitated, but ultimately did not mention helping with the alchemy. If he used the Duluo fire, he felt he could make at least one more pill. However, since he had already secured one Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, making one more would only benefit other nascent soul cultivators, which wouldn't be a good deed. "Sect leader Chen, I'll be relying on you from now on." After the two nascent soul cultivators left, Shengxi raised her teacup first and offered tea to Chen Mobai. "No problem, no problem. I don't like to meddle in things. Let's stick to the previous order. If we encounter any uncontrollable monsters in the desolate ruins, sect leader Shengxi can notify me." Chen Mobai was very polite. Although Wuchen Zhenjun and the others said that he would make the decisions here, he should just take that as a word. Currently, the landscape of Dongzhou remains one of two large and two small entities. The Moral Sect and the Takesu Misty Palace have living nascent soul cultivators, so they definitely need to take the lion's share of the profits from the pioneering work. Although the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect does not have any nascent soul cultivators, it has the legacy of Yuan Kink's ascension, making it equivalent to the Five Elements sect, which currently has nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, it will only be 1 or 2 years before the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan is refined. In such a short time, Chen Mobai was too lazy to implement the little immortal sect system here. Let's wait until he reaches the divine realm before discussing it further. With this in mind, he implemented the same policy of non-interference as the immortal sect in the Eastern Mausoleum region. He merely commanded the Five Elements sect's army of cultivators to clear out the wasteland within their own territory, and according to the previous plan, build 5 immortal cities, expanding from a single point to a broader area, covering the entire Kun position. However, news of his mastery of the One Yuan Dao body at the nascent soul stage spread quickly. After all, so many people in Dongling Immortal City saw it. This led to a situation where, apart from the core formation cultivators who remained in their positions within the Star Heaven Dao sect, the vast majority of the other rogue cultivators began to flock to the territory of the Five Elements sect. With a nascent soul cultivator in charge, even if they encounter a wild 5th-tier true spirit, they still have a chance to survive. Although independent cultivators are greedy, they also value safety very much. Moreover, many of them had already obtained the cultivation techniques they needed from the One Yuan Dao Palace, and the Five Elements sect had the most diverse and highest quality resources. With the help of the scattered cultivators, the opening of the Kunwei wasteland, which was originally thought to take 10 or 20 years to complete, was actually more than half completed in just 3 years. Seeing this situation, Chen Mobai didn't hold back. He waved his hand and commanded Mo Duguang and Yin Qingmei, 2 nascent soul cultivators, to lead the Five Elements sect army to the Zhen and Zhen positions next door to help open up these 2 areas as well. The Zhen position is all right. It was originally vacant, reserved as a buffer between the Yiyuan Dao Palace and the Five Elements sect, and also for independent cultivators. The Five Elements sect seized the position, and the Earth Virtue sect dared not utter a single word. But the Zhen position is different. It used to belong to the 5 burning heaven veins. However, in order to besiege the golden flame Suweni, the 5 burning heaven veins were all transferred to the front line, so the part that had been opened up was taken back by the demon beast. Out of pity for the rogue cultivators in the Zhen position, Chen Mobai decided to send righteous individuals to help them. Upon learning of this, Hong Yun even came in person to apologize, saying that as the person in charge of the Zhen position, he had failed to do his job well, allowing the demonic beasts to run rampant and the rogue cultivators to suffer. "Master Hong Yun, you flatter me. After all, you were doing this for the greater good." Seeing how sensible Hong Yun was, Chen Mobai also felt that things were a bit tricky. Originally, he had planned to find an excuse to attack Hong Yun if he directly defied him, to let him witness the power of a nascent soul cultivator. He didn't intend to kill him. After all, true monarch Wuchen had lent him the purifying world pot and promised him a true spirit pill of sainthood. As a pillar of the righteous path in the eastern continent, Chen Mobai would certainly not lay a hand on his own people. They simply wanted to use this opportunity to see if they could get the troublesome Golden Crow, immortal city into the hands of the Five Elements sect. In that case, the three border regions of the eastern continent would truly be his domain. But since Han Yun admitted his mistake directly, Chen Mobai could only politely ask him to get up. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Han Yun took out a storage bag and handed it to him. Chen Mobai said that he was not that kind of person and told him to put it away. These are some fifth-tier sun sacred fruits. I heard from Yi Qingdiazi that sect leader Chen was collecting them, so I brought over all the stock from the 5 lineages of burning heaven. Please accept them, sect leader Chen. After hearing Han Yun's words, Chen Mobai immediately stopped making excuses. Back when I was in the Divine Tree sect, I had already heard of the reputation of the #1 spiritual plant in the 3 regions of the eastern continent. In addition, I cultivated a fire attribute technique. At that time, I thought how wonderful it would be if I could possess the sun god tree one day. As Chen Mobai spoke, he had already taken Han Yun's storage bag. He probed it with his divine sense and saw a full 12 sun sacred fruits, which made his breathing quicken slightly. The major sects in the heavenly river realm have so many good things. The sun tree was created by our ancestors of the burning heaven Pure Land, who invited the nascent souls of the moral sect and other holy lands to join forces. After the eastern barbarians opened up the land, our sect made an agreement with the moral sect, the 9 heavens demon suppression sect, and others that the sun tree would belong to the descendants of the burning heaven Pure Land for all eternity. Han Yun understood Chen Mobai's subtext. Her face fell, but she couldn't possibly give the sun god tree to the person in front of her to resolve their grudges. After all, the reason why the burning heaven 5 veins were able to have so many nascent soul cultivators and firmly suppress the ice heaven 3 veins was because of the sun god tree, a 5th-order spiritual plant. Relying on the various resources produced by this spiritual plant, in addition to their own cultivation, they can also exchange them for various spiritual medicines for core formation and nascent soul formation, and even holy lands outside the eastern continent, such as the Xuanhuo sect of the southern continent, often come to ask for the sun's sacred fruit. Now that Chen Mobai wants it, Han Yun can only bring up the eastern continent holy lands such as the morality sect, hoping to make him wary. I was just saying, but since the main body of this agreement is the descendants of the burning heaven Pure Land, what if all 5 lineages of you are wiped out? Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately grasped the key point. Upon hearing this, Han Yun's face turned pale. Sect leader Chen, please be careful with your words. Our burning heaven Pure Land also has an ascension ancestor. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was greatly surprised. In his memory, there were no ascended cultivators in the burning heaven Pure Land in the eastern continent. Our sect's founder came from central continent and was a fellow disciple of the Xuanhuo sect's founder in southern continent. The original founder of the sect in central continent was an ascended great power. Han Yun brought up even the most distant ancestral relationships, indicating that the burning heaven Pure Land was not to be bullied and had wealthy relatives. As a major sect in the southern continent, the Xuanhuo sect is no less powerful than the holy sects in the central continent. His nascent soul ancestor, Flame Immortal, was one of the top 15 people in the heavenly river realm, ranking among the 3 immortals. It seems I'm quite ignorant. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai said he had learned something new. Sect leader Chen, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Having said that, Han Yun knew that this bag of sun sacred fruits could at most resolve the previous grievances between Fire Cloud Palace and 5 Elements sect. As for Bathing Sun Sea and 5 Elements sect, there would probably be more trouble in the future. The key lies in whether he can transform into a deity with the help of the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan. If successful, the first thing Han Yun would do is lead the 5 lineages of burning heaven to fight the 5 elements sect. If we fail, no, I will not fail, I will succeed. With this thought in mind, Hong Yun left Venus Valley. Following Chen Mobai's instructions, Han Jiling escorted Hong Yun out and then welcomed the other 2 nascent soul cultivators who were waiting inside. We never expected that the one we greeted before us would be fellow Taoist Hong Yun. Han Xingzi saw the emerging red cloud. Her eyes turned slightly cold, and she said something with a half-smile. He had already remembered the debt of almost being ambushed by Hong Yun, using the cleansing pot among the 3 branches of the Ice Heaven sect. Snort. Hong Yun, however, was too lazy to speak to Han Xingzi and simply transformed into a streak of rainbow light and disappeared from the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 1079 Frozen Tomb. Chapter 1079 Frozen Tomb. Master, this magical artifact is merely a disguise. Its core is none other than the Taiyan fruit. Inside the main hall, Chen Mobai retrieved the azure ice heart. Its spirit appeared, fiddled with the Taiyan pearl for a while, and then came to a conclusion. Just as I expected. Chen Mobai nodded. He had already used the Kantanki and the Taiyan pearl to study them together, and sensed that the core of the magic weapon contained a power that even the Kantanki could not match. Then it can only be the Dao fruit. He then tried using the Dao fruit refining method of the 1 Yuan Dao Palace, which had some effect. However, if he wanted to refine the Taiyan Dao fruit again with the foundation of his own pure Yang scroll, he would need to use the 5 tones of music to hone it for a long time. For Chen Mobai, the Taiyan fruit is not worth wasting so much of his time at the moment. Moreover, there must be a method for refining it among the 3 veins of Ice Heaven. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking of talking to Han Xingzi and the others, the latter took the initiative to come to his door. Greetings, sect leader Chen. When Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren, who were brought in by Han Jiling, saw Chen Mobai playing with the Taiyan pearl, their expressions changed slightly, but they still bowed very respectfully. Regardless, Chen Mobai was their savior from the Ice Heaven 3 sects. When we were at Shichuo Ridge, true Lord Dakong left in a hurry and forgot to return this precious pearl to you. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and handed the Taiyan pearl in his hand to the 2 of them. He was, after all, from a celestial sect. Although he longed to give the Taiyan fruit to his daughter, it belonged to someone else, and he couldn't overcome his moral conscience to seize it by trickery. Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren did not expect that they could retrieve the Taiyan pearl so easily. It should be noted that, according to the rules of the heavenly river realm, they had even prepared for the loss of their Dao fruits. After expressing his gratitude, Han Xingzi activated the refining technique of the Taiyan pearl and retrieved it. Chen Mobai watched as he put the Taiyan pearl into his storage bag, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The fact that the Dao fruit hasn't entered the body means, with your cultivation level, fellow Taoist, you are also unable to refine this Taiyan fruit. Given Chen Mobai's current status, there was no need for him to be polite to the 2 nascent soul cultivators in front of him, so he directly asked the question. Upon hearing his words, both Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren were shocked. As a Dao fruit, the Taiyan pearl was known only to the 2 of them among the 3 lineages of Bingtian. To the outside world, it was claimed that this was the natal magic weapon of the true Lord of Broken Jade in the past. How did sect leader Chen know that this is the Taiyan fruit? Han Xingzi asked in shock. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, and the azure ice heart rope, which had vanished into nothingness, emerged. This magic weapon was rather mediocre in all aspects among 5th-tier artifacts, except for its ability to vanish into nothingness, which was extremely powerful. Even a nascent soul true monarch would not be able to detect it with their divine sense unless they cultivated a special secret technique. Azure Ice Heart Chain. Upon seeing this 5th-tier magic artifact, which had been lost for thousands of years in the icy wilderness, the venerable Loyang beside him couldn't help but turn pale. This magical artifact was originally wielded by the Holy Maiden of the Ice and Snow Realm. Although the 3 lineages of Ice and Snow Realm have now separated, they still follow the ancient rules. Han Xingzi is considered a Tao child, and she is the Holy Maiden. Theoretically, this should be her magical artifact. If she had this magical artifact, she could improve her cultivation level in a short time, and in the future, she might even try to go to the frozen tomb, open the ice coffin, and refine another Tao fruit left behind by the broken jade true monarch. May I ask, sect leader Chen, where did you obtain this magical artifact? Master Loyang couldn't help but ask, his eyes flickering as he looked at the azure ice heart chain that coiled around Chen Mobai's wrist like an ice snake. Oh, you two don't know? Chen Mobai asked in surprise. Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren looked at each other, puzzled, thinking the other knew. That's strange indeed. I found it in an underground ice cave in the eastern wilderness. The matter arose because there was a small sect in the eastern wilderness called the Snowfall Palace, whose core formation cultivator, Kong Lingling, practiced demonic techniques. After I learned of this, I invited Saintess Yuan Zhen of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect to handle the matter, but the Ice Cloud Venerable of the Ice Heaven Palace wanted to protect her. Chen Mobai recounted his grudge against Master Bingyun, omitting the details and only stating the outcome. After obtaining this item, Master Bingyun was full of confidence and wanted to take revenge on me. After I killed him, this item fell into my hands. After Chen Mobai finished speaking casually, he looked calmly at Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren, and the two of them couldn't help but shiver. According to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness, once such hatred is formed, the enemy is usually driven to extinction. Sect leader Chen did a good job killing her. My Bingshan 3 lineages are inherited from the Holy Land, and we have always ordered our disciples to follow the righteous path. Bingyun was blinded by hatred, and she may have already gone mad at that time. If sect leader Chen hadn't killed her, I would have cleaned up the sect after I learned of this. Han Xingzi quickly changed his mind and severed ties with Bingyun Shangren, even expelling him from the Bingshan 3 lineages. Since that's the case, this item is in my hands. Do you two have any objections? After hearing this, Chen Mobai asked a question. This azure ice heart orb is different from the lunar pearl. It is his spoils of war. Of course not. It rightfully belongs to sect leader Chen. Han Xingzi nodded repeatedly, while inwardly cursing Bingyun for not informing him after learning about King Yao Bingxin Suo, and even leaving such a huge disaster for the 3 Bingshan lineages. If they had said so earlier, with their 3 lineages joining forces, they could have shaken up not only the 5-element sect, but the entire eastern wilderness. That's good. With your recognition, I can now openly use this magical artifact. As Chen Mobai spoke, he had the azure ice heart rope wrap around his arm and disappear once more. Seeing this, Master Loyang hesitated to speak, but considering the strength of the person before him, he could only sigh and lower his head. It was through the identification of the spirit of the azure ice heart rope that I confirmed that the pearl was the Taiyan fruit. Chen Mobai then brought the topic back to where it started. To be honest, the last nascent soul true monarch of my sect passed away in haste and did not pass on the method of refining the 3 yin fruit. Han Xingzi revealed the truth with a wry smile, and Chen Mobai was stunned upon hearing it. He considered many reasons, such as the high requirements for refining the Taiyan fruit, which required a pure yin body, but he never expected that the Ice Heaven 3 meridians would not have a method for refining it. This is Sotian realm. These most profound secret techniques are not passed on until the very last moment. This is how the decline of many great sects and holy lands began. Generation after generation, the top-level techniques were gradually buried. Even if there were amazing disciples in later generations, they would be trapped because the inheritance was incomplete. Our ancestors in the broken jade palace compiled the fragments about the 3 yin fruit from the sect's scriptures. Finally, by using the art of weapon refining, they were able to barely refine the Taiyan pearl and unleash some of the power of the Tao fruit. If we had a complete inheritance, how could we have been suppressed by the 5 veins of burning heaven and forced to migrate to the bitterly cold northwest? Han Xingzi began to complain that, despite being from the same Holy Land lineage, the Burning Heaven 5 lineages remained the top power in the eastern continent, second only to the Holy Land. However, the three ice heaven lineages, due to incomplete inheritance of their cultivation techniques, are unable to utilize their vast resources. In that case, would you too be willing to sell this Taiyan fruit to me? Please feel free to make any requests. After listening, Chen Mobai pondered for a moment before asking a question. Although there is no method to refine it, it is at least a Tao fruit. After he transforms into a nascent soul, he will have plenty of time. At that time, he can still spare some effort for his daughter. Please forgive us, sect leader Chen. This is, after all, a legacy passed down from our founder. Han Xingzi immediately shook her head. No matter how unfilial she was, this thing still couldn't be sold. What if it's a nascent soul pill? Chen Mobai, however, felt that everything has its price, and Han Xingzi was not selling simply because the price had not yet reached his bottom line. As expected, Han Xingzi and Luo Yingshangren were stunned when he said this. This, sect leader Chen is really joking. After recovering from her utter shock, Han Xingzi chuckled dryly and spoke. But a strange, indescribable longing flashed through my heart. Chen Mobai is certain that there will be a Tong Sheng true spirit pill. If this is true, should he exchange it or not? Fellow Taoist, please think it over carefully. If you want to take the step of nascent soul in the future but are struggling to find the resources, you can consider what I have said today. Chen Mobai still has a heavenly spirit pill, and he plans to work with Qing Nu to improve the formula for the Great Tao pill and refine the Tong Sheng true spirit pill belonging to the Five Elements sect. He would like to make a deal if Han Xingzi was willing to exchange it for the Taiyan fruit. This matter, I need to go back and discuss it with the other elders. When Han Xingzi saw that Chen Mobai's expression was calm, and he didn't seem to be joking, a fire that had been extinguished in her heart suddenly reignited. Divine transformation elixir. If he had this, he could try to take that step. If he's incredibly lucky and succeeds, he can go to the tomb of the true Lord of Broken Jade and retrieve all the hidden treasures buried in the icy wilderness. At that time, rebuilding the Holy Land, or even surpassing the past nascent soul ancestors, is not impossible. Thinking this, Han Xingzi's heart began to pound violently. Chen Mobai naturally caught this with his voice from the empty valley. He smiled and called Han Xiling in, asking this grand disciple to see the guest out. When Master Luoying was leaving, he looked up at Chen Mobai's arm. The azure ice heart rope was wrapped around it. She must have cultivated a technique related to this magical artifact, because she was able to sense it when she activated it. Chen Mobai also noticed this scene and couldn't help but meet her gaze. The latter immediately lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes, and turned to leave in a hurry. Master, this woman carries the aura of the mysterious yin fruit. At this moment, the azure ice heart rope reappeared and respectfully reported to Chen Mobai. She refined the mysterious yin fruit. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but look surprised. It should be noted that the core of the three yin fruits is the mysterious yin fruit. The last nascent soul true lord of the ice and snow realm, who was said to have the potential to ascend, only refined the great yin fruit and the lesser yin fruit. I don't know about that, but I heard from Venerable King Yao that true monarch Suyu is trying to unify the three yin fruits and recreate the great Tao of ancestor Jian. Theoretically, the profound yin fruit should also be in true monarch Suyu's hands. The azure ice heart chain is separated from the current ice heaven three veins by too much time. All it knows is from when the eastern wilderness was first established. At that time, true monarch Suyu, along with Venerable King Yao, quelled the locust plague in the eastern wilderness. Later, it and Master King Yao were both left in the eastern wilderness. It knew nothing of the subsequent devastation caused by the combined forces of the ice and snow land and the burning heaven pure land, or even of the passing of the jade broken true monarch. It seems I need to ask someone knowledgeable. Chen Mobai muttered to himself. In the eastern continent, the nine heavens demon-slaying sect and the morality sect are the most ancient holy sites, having existed since the founding of the eastern land. They have witnessed the rise and fall of the ice and snow land and the burning heaven pure land. Therefore, there must be records of this. On the Dayad sect's side, Xuan and Qi Jiansu, whom Chen Mobai was familiar with, had already left. He didn't want to bother Shengxi with such a trivial matter, so he sent a message to Yuan Zhen to inquire. In the past, True Monarch Shattered Jade was also one of the top nascent soul cultivators in the Heavenly River realm. During the most intense conflict between the two holy lands, she fought against True Monarch Boiling Crane of Burning Heaven Pure Land and used her powerful methods to freeze his physical body into ice shards. However, True Monarch Boiling Crane has another close friend, True Monarch Burning Chin, a nascent soul cultivator from the Xuanhu sect of Southern Continent, whose cultivation is no weaker than True Monarch Shattered Jade. After the physical body of Zhu Zhenjun was frozen to death, only his primordial spirit escaped to Nanju. When Fenkin Zhenjun learned of this, he immediately came to Dongzhu to help him take revenge. Because of the damage to his vital energy in the previous battle, Suyu Zhenjun still used a secret technique to fight Fenkin Zhenjun to a draw. Although their battle took place at sea, the clash of their nascent soul stage ice and fire techniques still affected the celestial phenomena of the Xuanhai and Dongzhu, almost causing the extinction of humans, fish, shrimp, and monsters along the coast. Therefore, the nascent soul stage experts from our three sects, along with the Xuanjiao royal court, intervened and made them stop. The true lord of burning the zither left with the true lord of boiling the crane, but made an agreement that 100 years later, at the Central Plains Sacred Tao Conference, he would settle his grievances with the true lord of broken jade. The jade-shattering true monarch also agreed without hesitation, but 60 years later, an unusual avalanche suddenly occurred in the frozen wasteland. The sixth-order ice spirit vein collapsed by more than half, and the jade-shattering true monarch disappeared. Later, a disciple discovered that her soul tablet was broken. At that time, our Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect's nascent soul ancestor personally went to the frozen wasteland to pay his respects and confirmed her death, saying that she had failed to break through to the void refinement realm. As expected of the holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect, Yuan Zhen came personally after Chen Mobai sent a message, telling him everything she knew. Over the years, she, as the holy maiden, has handled most of the sect's tasks. After helping Chen Mobai in the eastern wilderness persuade Master Bingyun to leave, she returned to the sect and specifically looked up all the information about the ice and snow land. It's a pity I wasn't born in that era. I deeply regret it. After listening, Chen Mobai felt that Dongzhu's current strength was far too weak. The era of True Monarch Shattered Jade, with its 5 holy lands in the eastern continent and 5 true monarchs at the nascent soul stage, was far more exciting than it is now. At that time, the demonic path dared not show its face, while the righteous path was incredibly powerful in the eastern continent, even capable of waging civil war. Chen Mobai felt that this was due to the system. If he were in that era, he could certainly have used a more advanced system to avoid civil war between the 2 holy lands of the righteous path. However, before the jade-shattering true monarch passed away, the crane-boiling true monarch of the burning heaven pure land also had to forcibly undergo the heavenly tribulation and turn into ashes, because he could not withstand the Taiyan divine light in his primordial spirit. The Qin-burning true monarch wanted to pursue the ice and snow land, but he was blocked above the Xuanhai by the nascent soul ancestors of my sect and the morality sect. After that, the 2 holy lands split up and became the current ice heaven 3 lineages and burning heaven 5 lineages. After Yuan Zhen finished recounting what happened next, a hint of pride was evident on her face. After all, in this matter, their 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect has a very positive image, truly worthy of being the leader of the righteous path. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Putting aside other aspects of the 9 Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect, at least the disciples he came into contact with all possessed a heroic spirit that was quite different from the local customs. Yuan Qing is like that, Yi Qing is like that, and Yuan Zhen is also good. Not at all, not at all. As the representative of the righteous path in the eastern continent, our sect has always upheld justice for all living beings and safeguarded peace in the eastern continent. Yuan Zhen blushed slightly upon hearing Chen Mobai's praise, clearly very pleased, but she remained modest in her words. There is another matter. When true monarch Shattered Jade passed away, the nascent soul ancestors of the three sects were very curious and investigated. In the end, the nascent soul ancestor of the morality sect used the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument to find a small world, which was the place where true monarch Shattered Jade failed to break through to the void refinement realm. The three nascent soul ancestors joined forces to break in, only to find that it was a huge frozen tomb. To enter the core area, a huge amount of spiritual energy would be required, so they all stopped halfway and came out. If the true Lord of Broken Jade passed away there, the three yin fruits of the ice and snow world should all be in that tomb. Yuan Zhen then revealed this secret matter. After inheriting the 9 heavens Dao fruit left by Yuan King, her authority within the sect was equivalent to that of the sect leader. Therefore, she was also granted access to content that, theoretically, could only be viewed by nascent soul cultivators and sect leaders. However, these contents are also recorded by the Dayad sect and the Taiksu Pyo Mil Palace, in addition to the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect. She felt that given Chen Mobai's status, if he wanted to inquire in the future, both Wuchen Zhenjun and Dakong Zhenjun would tell him, so she spoke up in advance to gain more favor. How could this happen? Chen Mobai was taken aback when he heard this. But it wasn't because Yuan Zhen thought so. Rather, he knew that the Taiyan fruit was in Han Xingzi's hands. If the 3 yin fruits are all located in the tomb of the true Lord of Broken Jade, then how did this one come about? In other words, in the thousands of years after the passing of the true monarch of Broken Jade, some of the nascent soul cultivators from the 3 ice heaven lineages must have entered that frozen tomb, and perhaps even made a great gain by retrieving the Taiyan fruit. Then, recalling what King Yao Bingsun said, that Loyang Shangren possessed the aura of the Xuan Yin Dao fruit. Could it be that, although the 3 lineages of Ice Heaven do not have the method of refining Dao fruits, they do have the method of entering and exiting the tombs? Thinking about this, Chen Mobai realized that he shouldn't underestimate the power of these Holy Land inheritances. The 5 blazing heaven veins possess the purifying world pot and the sun god tree, among other things. Although the 3 ice heaven veins appear to have been suppressed by the 5 blazing heaven veins for thousands of years, they have been working diligently behind the scenes. If Han Xingzi had the method to refine Dao fruits, he might become the second Shengxi, with a chance to reach the divine transformation stage. In that case, Han Xingzi must value his nascent soul transformation more than his Dao fruit. After all, the frozen tomb of the Jade True Monarch is obviously not simple. Even if there is a way to enter and exit, it is estimated that one must be at least at the nascent soul stage to enter the core. In this case, exchanging the nascent soul pill for the 3 yin fruit seems to be a more likely agreement than Chen Mobai had imagined. Thank you for informing me of this, Saintess Yuan. After Chen Mobai had figured out all the clues, he solemnly thanked Yuan Zhen. She didn't know how important what he had told her was, and waved her hand dismissively. Sect leader Chen, you're too kind. By the way, I received news from the family that the spiritual energy of Tongshan Peak has changed, and senior brother may be about to emerge from seclusion. As they chatted, Yuan Zhen told Chen Mobai some news that greatly surprised him. Very well, very well. I feel so lonely in this eastern continent without Brother Yi. I hope that we can both reach the nascent soul realm at the same time and have another sword duel. Chen Mobai doesn't have many friends in the Tian realm. Yi Qing is currently the only one who can keep up with him, and in the next 1,000 years, it may just be the 2 of them supporting the righteous path of the eastern continent. Therefore, he also very much hoped that Yi Qing could catch up with this time's Tongsheng True Spirit Pill. After all, the 2 nascent soul cultivators had already revealed to him the distribution of the nascent soul pills. The 9 heavens demon suppression sect only had 1 pill, and if Yi Qing didn't leave seclusion, it would definitely belong to sect leader Nai Yuanzhang. Alas, this matter is probably not that simple. But after hearing this, Yuan Zhen suddenly looked worried. The true spirit pill of the saintly realm, that's the key to transforming into a deity. Neither Nai Yuanzhang nor Yi Qing would allow it. Logically speaking, Since Nai Yuanzhang has already failed once, it should be Yi Qing's turn. However, Yi Qing had not made any progress in this land reclamation because he was in seclusion, so Nai Yuanzhang had sufficient reason to fight for this Tong Sheng True Spirit pill. The Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect is also divided over this matter. There are quite a few people who support Nai Yuanzhang and Yi Qing. Chen Mobai also realized that if this matter was not handled properly, it might trigger a crisis for the sacred land of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. However, there is a best way to solve this problem. What is your opinion, True Lord Chuanchen? Chen Mobai asked. The Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect has channels of communication with the upper realm. As long as Yuan Kink speaks, no one will dare to object. It's not easy to contact cultivators in the upper realm, and they are all disciples of our master, so our master probably wouldn't feel comfortable asking. Yuan Zhen said with a sigh. She definitely supports Yi Qing, but there are others within the Yuan family who support Nai Yuanzhang. I hope your clan can resolve this difference peacefully and properly. Chen Mobai could only say that, after all, it was someone else's internal strife, and no matter how much he supported Yi Qing, he couldn't just step forward and shout. I hope so. Yuan Zhen nodded, and the two talked for a while longer before Chen Mobai personally escorted her out of the courtyard. He is currently in Dongling Immortal City. After demonstrating his nascent soul battle prowess, the moral sect upgraded his original 4th-tier spiritual energy courtyard to the central 5th tier. Chen Mobai did not refuse, as this would save him some spirit stones while refining his innate pure yang energy. Time passed slowly. Another 6 months passed quickly. With the assistance of the second primordial spirit, Chen Mobai's innate pure yang energy finally condensed and reached its peak. His nascent soul had grown to its fullest extent, with a lifelike appearance and a solid, tangible form. After he opened his eyes, he took out a jade bottle from his storage bag. This is the heavenly spirit pill that I obtained from Su Teifeng. After killing Li Li, Mu Yaoyi led the core disciples of the beast-taming sect and disappeared. They did not take the teleportation array of Dongling Immortal City, seemingly afraid of being wiped out by Chen Mobai, and directly fled into the desolate ruins. The remaining disciples of the beast-taming sect only realized much later that all the upper-level cultivators of the sect had fled. This matter also attracted attention in Dongling Immortal City, but it was suppressed by Shengxi. The two nascent soul cultivators from the eastern continent probably had a good idea of what was going on with Tan Li, this 5th-tier true spirit. Although the desolate ruins are vast, and even they cannot fathom the deepest parts, the area around the eastern mausoleum domain was personally explored by true monarch Wuchen, using the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument to ensure that there were no other 5th-order true spirits besides the golden flame Suani. They didn't quite believe that this 5th-order true spirit had suddenly emerged from the depths of the desolate ruins after the land was cleared. But since Li Li is dead, and Chen Mobai has demonstrated nascent soul-level combat power, it can only be wild. Afterwards, Mu Yaoyi and other high-level cultivators and core disciples of the beast-taming sect all disappeared, and they did not even return to the eastern headquarters, which confirmed their suspicions. Shengxi even consulted Chen Mobai about whether to transfer the remaining disciples of the beast-taming sect to the frontline Shichuo Ridge battlefield. Chen Mobai, however, did not go to extremes in response. After all, the disciples of the beast-taming sect were innocent, and the rest of them didn't even have complete inheritances. The one with the highest cultivation level was only at the foundation establishment stage. Chen Mobai has almost finished analyzing Su Teifeng's heavenly spirit pill. With his mastery of the 5 tones, he easily raised his ability to appraise pills to the 5th level, confirming that this pill was indeed a nascent soul pill. However, it doesn't match his attributes. This heavenly spirit pill should be refined from the essence and blood of an earth attribute true spirit, and it even contains a very strange restriction. If this restriction is not lifted and the pill is swallowed rashly, it may explode and destroy itself. For Chen Mobai, the poison in the pills was not a problem, But as for the restrictions, there was really nothing he could do. That is why he needs to wait for the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. However, once he reaches the nascent soul stage, he will be able to further enhance his primordial true chi and refine it into the primordial pearl. In that case, the restrictions within the heavenly spirit pill will be easily broken by him. It seems this pill should belong to Minger. When Chen Mobai thought of this, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up in the direction of the teleportation array of Dongling Immortal City. The energy of a spirit transformation has appeared. The true Lord Wuchen has arrived. Chapter 10, 80 Obtaining the True Spirit Pill of the Saint. Chapter 10, 80 Obtaining the True Spirit Pill of the Saint. Chen Mobai, who was in the courtyard, was about to go and see true Lord Wuchen when the latter sent a telepathic message. Haha, I'm coming right now. The true Lord Wuchen invited him to the Kaiyuan Tower, and he did not hide anything from him, namely that the Tongsheng True Spirit Pill had been successfully refined. So after hearing this, Chen Mobai laughed heartily, and after instructing Han Jiling to guard the house, he flew to the tallest building in Dongling Immortal City. Please have a seat, young friend. Please wait a moment. There are still other people who haven't arrived yet. Wuchen Zhenjun sat in the head seat, with an empty seat next to him, which was reserved for Chen Mobai. To the left and right of the two were two prayer mats. Shengxi and Palace Master Biluo were already sitting on the first prayer mat on the left and right respectively. When they saw Chen Mobai fly up, they both stood up to greet him. Senior, you truly deserve to be called the #1 alchemist in the Eastern continent. I wonder how many pills you made this time. After Chen Mobai sat down, he accepted the shumei tea that Wuchen handed him and asked with anticipation. As expected, 7.5. As Wuchen Zhenjun spoke, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and 8 jade bottles flew out and landed on the table between the two of them. All 7 jade bottles were carved from green jade, except for one that was blue, which must have contained the most poisonous pill. Young friend, now that everyone has arrived, please choose one. Wuchen Zhenjun smiled and pointed to the 7 cyan jade bottles, which indeed contained high-quality Tongsheng Zhenling pills. The fruits of a century of planning by the righteous path of Dongzhu have now been transformed into these 8 jade bottles, placed before Chen Mobai. Thank you, Senior. With the true spirit pill of the saintly realm, my chances of reaching the nascent soul stage have increased by another 20%. Even with Chen Mobai's calm and collected nature, he couldn't help but get excited at this moment. If his chances of becoming a nascent soul cultivator were previously only a 100% certainty, now they have finally exceeded 100%. We can now break through without any worries. Young friend, you're too kind. These things were originally yours, along with the golden flame Suani's pelt. These Tongsheng True Spirit pills were to be distributed fairly and justly in front of all the nascent soul cultivators of the righteous path in the Eastern continent. But the fur of the golden flame Suani was Chen Mobai's spoils of war, and true monarch Wuchen took it out as agreed. This is good stuff. Besides making magic robes, the leftover scraps can also be used to make 5th-grade talisman paper. Chen Mobai looked at the golden white fur in his hand, feeling the natural restrictions contained on it, as well as the deep and restrained 5th-order true fire, and looked at it over and over with great affection. In the blink of an eye, the small book had scanned the almost complete fur, and then completed the design, cutting, piecing, sewing, and other tasks of making the robe in its mind. The fur of the golden flame Suani was quite large, enough to make a full set of magical robes for Chen Mobai. Of course, some of the fur would be cut off and wasted, and he had already thought of using it to make talismans. Young friend, you truly deserve to be called the #1 all-rounder in the Eastern continent. I imagine you will soon be able to advance to the 5th level in the art of talisman making. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, true Lord Wuchen offered his blessings. In Xian Ancient shop in the Eastern land, the highest grade of talismans Chen Mobai crafted was the 4th grade superior Yang Sword Talisman. Therefore, it is generally believed that his talisman-making skills are at the near 5th grade. Compared to 5th-tier weapon crafting and formations, it is considered a weak link. Then I'll take your kind words, Senior. Chen Mobai smiled slightly upon hearing this. If he were to use the 5 elements of music to improve his talisman-making skills for a period of time, he could easily pass the exam to become a 5th-tier talisman maker in the immortal sect. However, for him before, it was meaningless. Besides the fact that his persona in the immortal sect was already too firmly established, and that a 5th-tier talisman maker could not enhance his reputation, it was also because the immortal sect did not have any stock of 5th-tier talisman paper and ink. What bound him was merely the materials. By the way, when do you plan to break through, young friend? Have you chosen a place for seclusion? There are no 6th-order spiritual veins in the eastern wilderness. Are you going back to 5 Emperors Mountain? Before the other nascent soul cultivators arrived, true monarch Wuchen also began to pay attention to Chen Mobai's preparation for becoming a deity transformation cultivator. For the future of the righteous path in the eastern continent, new nascent soul cultivators are definitely needed, but the moral sect doesn't want too many. One top-tier ruthless character like Chen Mobai, who is worth 2 or 3, would be ideal. The moral sect had already thoroughly investigated all of Chen Mobai's experiences from his debut to the present. Although he was known as the god of slaughter and had committed grave sins, he was known as a great teacher and a sage in the eastern wilderness. This is the future pillar that the right path needs. Wuchen Zhenjun finally understood why Yuan Kink had recognized Chen Mobai after only one encounter, and even used the favor she owed to Yi Yuan Dao Palace on Chen Mobai. Because this kid is worth nurturing, and he has the ability to carry on the legacy of Dongzhu after them. Even for a holy land like the eastern continent, the resources for nascent soul cultivators are extremely precious. If the chosen person fails to break through, these nascent soul cultivators will feel heartbroken. Nai Yuanzhang's failure forced Yuan Kink to take longevity pills and forcibly remain in the world. Therefore, although the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect showed signs of splitting due to Yi Qing's emergence from seclusion, true monarch Wuchen was very clear that if things really got out of hand, Yuan Kink from the upper realm would definitely step in. I'm not very familiar with the 5 Emperors Mountain area, so let's go back to the eastern wilderness. Chen Mobai nodded and answered Wuchen Zhenjun's question, saying that he would hand over his affairs in the next few days and then leave Dongling Domain. Young friend, your resolve in the Tao is unwavering. I wish you success in your nascent soul transformation in advance. Wuchen Zhenjun was very pleased to hear this. The sooner Chen Mobai breaks through, the faster the righteous path will be able to launch a counterattack against the demonic path. Just then, a nascent soul light appeared at the teleportation array in Dongling Immortal City. The person seemed to be in a great hurry and flew directly towards Kainyuan Tower after exiting the teleportation array. However, upon approaching, it immediately landed on the ground, then entered through the main door and walked up the stairs. Starpole greets the 2 true lords and fellow Taoists. The person who came up was an acquaintance of Chen Mobai. After greeting everyone, he saw that Shengxi had taken the seat that Chen Mobai had previously occupied. He hesitated for a moment and then sat on the 3rd futon. Then the teleportation arrays lit up one after another, and nascent soul cultivators who had been cultivating wastelands in various parts of the eastern mausoleum domain arrived one by one. For example, Nai Yuanzhang, Hangyun, Han Xingzi, and others that Chen Mobai was familiar with. Tude was the last to arrive. Zhang Pangkong did not set up a teleportation array on the Can position, which was under the jurisdiction of the Yi Yuan Dao Palace, so Tude could only fly over by himself. Please forgive me, I'm a step late. After Tude entered, he apologized repeatedly. Everyone remained silent, their eyes fixed on Chen Mobai. The feud between the 5 Elements sect and the One Yuan Dao Palace might have been unknown to some at first, but now that Chen Mobai's status is equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator, it is almost common knowledge. Sit. But Chen Mobai was very courteous. He pointed to the 2nd futon below the palace master of Biluo Palace on the right. That seat was empty, and opposite it was Nai Yuanzhang. Xingji had calculated that he was not qualified, so even though he arrived the earliest, he still gave up the position that belonged to the 4 Holy Lands. Yes, sect leader. 2. De breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Mobai's words. He had been afraid of being severely ridiculed in such a setting. As it turned out, Chen Mobai's vision was much broader than he had imagined. Now that everyone is here, let me say a few words. Seeing that all the nascent soul cultivators had taken their seats, true monarch Wuchen put down his teacup and spoke softly, his words clear and distinct, reaching the ears of everyone present. The Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan has been successfully refined. According to the previous rules, the order of exchange will be determined by the amount of morality coins. As soon as she finished speaking, Shengxi waved her whisk, and soon a list formed from the mist and water appeared in the hall. Among them, the top 3 are Chen Mobai, Wuchen Zhenjun, and Dakong Zhenjun. They joined forces to kill the Golden Flame Lion and divided up 100 million morality coins. Although the 5th-tier Tanuki was killed by Chen Mobai, it did not receive any morality coins because its complete corpse was not handed over to the morality sect. Even so, thanks to the contributions of the 5 element sect disciples and many independent cultivators, Chen Mobai's moral coins exceeded those of the 2 nascent soul true monarchs. After the 3 nascent soul cultivators, there are Nai Yuanzhang, Shengxi, and the palace master of Biluo Palace, who are the 3 leaders of the Holy Land. Just as Chen Mobai could command the 5 element sect, they could also command the elders and disciples of the Holy Land. After the 6th person, Hong Yun ranked 7th. Because the moral coin rankings are in Shengxi's hands, he knows very well how many coins are needed for Hong Yun to be ranked in this position and fulfill Wuchen Zhenjun's instructions. As the leader of the Holy Land, Shengxi naturally wouldn't directly change the numbers. He simply instructed Hong Yun to follow Nai Yuanzhang to the front line of Shichuo Ridge, and then asked the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression Sect and the Morality Sect to help the people of the 5 lineages of Burning Heaven, handing over some of the found demonic beasts to Hong Yun to deal with. Through this maneuver, Hong Yun narrowly defeated Xingji by a margin of 100 morality coins. Upon seeing Xingji here, the usually gentle man's face turned ashen. But the one with an even uglier expression was Tu De, who was ranked 9th. Despite using the full resources of the 1 Yuan Dao Palace, he still trailed Xingji Hong Yun by more than 2 million morality coins. Young friend, please take one first. Wuchen Zhenjun pretended to look at the list, then smiled and asked Chen Mobai beside him to fetch the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan. Chen Mobai didn't stand on ceremony. He listened with his 5th-level empty valley sound technique and took the most potent pill. Since senior brother De Kong didn't come, let Palace Master Biluo take his pill instead. Then Wuchen took his own pill and spoke to the Palace Master of Biluo below. The latter immediately stood up with a joyful expression and took the 2 pills that belonged to him and Dakong Zhenjun. Next was Nai Yuanzhang. Chen Mobai saw that his expression was calm, but Konggu Jiayin could hear his heart pounding wildly, clearly indicating that his emotions were fluctuating wildly. Chen Mobai glanced at Yuan Zhen. On Tongshan Peak, Yi Qing still hadn't emerged from seclusion in the tower. Even if Yi Qing were to come, according to the rules, this true spirit pill of sainthood should still be collected by Nai Yuanzhang. This is because everyone who collects the pill will have all their moral coins confiscated by the moral sect. Yi Qing has not accomplished anything and has no moral virtue. Master, I wish to return to the sect for seclusion. Who would be suitable to take over the management here? After Shengxi took the last pill from the 4 Holy Lands, he asked Wuchen Zhenjun for instructions. This eastern mausoleum domain, as the future core of the human race planned by the righteous path of the eastern continent, has been under the control of Shengxi from its inception to its current construction. If he were to leave, it might cause chaos for a period of time. These are all minor matters. Let Sire come over. She should be able to take on more important responsibilities. True monarch Wuchen didn't care much about this. After all, for the moral sect, nothing was more important than the emergence of a new nascent soul cultivator. Hong Yun, this one is yours. Finally, true monarch Wuchen pointed to the last cyan jade bottle, and Hong Yun immediately stood up and bowed deeply to the nascent soul stage. If it weren't for the moral sect's recommendation, he definitely wouldn't have been able to compete with Xingji this time. Thank you, true lord. After obtaining the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, Hong Yun returned to his seat with a smug look on his face. May I ask, true lord, is there another bottle on this shelf also a true spirit pill for attaining sainthood? The opportunity to transform into a nascent soul cultivator, and for the Star Heaven Tao sect to advance to a holy land all hinges on today, so Xingji couldn't help but ask. That's right, but it can only be counted as half a grain. As Wuchen Zhenjun was waiting for someone to ask, he immediately nodded and explained the last Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan. I'm ranked 8th, please allow me to make the exchange, true lord. Upon hearing this, Xingji made his request without any hesitation. It's just erysipelas. At most, it will only slightly affect the medicinal properties and assist in the main function of transforming into a divine being, so there's definitely no problem. Moreover, the Star Heaven Tao sect possesses a treasured copy of the genuine Three Lights divine water, which is why he was willing to take the risk. Since you're willing, I naturally won't stop you. This was exactly what true Lord Wuchen had been waiting for. He pointed to the last bottle of Tong Sheng True Spirit pill on the table, signaling Xingji to come and get it. True Lord, I think this is inappropriate. But at this moment, Tude couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and blocked Xingji. The latter frowned, his pupils suddenly turned silver-white, and his eyebrows and hair turned into streaks of starlight. He looked at Tude with a face full of anger. Tude, this is a rule jointly established by the 4 Holy Lands, and sect leader Chen is still on it. Xingji almost unleashed his killing intent, but Tude had waited hundreds of years for the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, so he didn't care about saving face. We beg the sect leader to make the decision. Tude immediately turned around, bowed deeply to Chen Mobai, and asked him for help. Senior brother Tude, the rules for exchanging the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill were agreed upon by all of us before the start of the expedition. If I were to make the decision, I could only allow fellow Taoist Xingji to exchange for this last pill. Chen Mobai, however, stood by reason, indicating that he was on the side of justice. He even frowned and looked at Tude with some dissatisfaction. Sect leader, I naturally understand the rules, but this exploration is not over yet, and the Eastern Mausoleum domain has not been fully developed. I feel that determining the order based on today's morality coins is inappropriate. Please give the rest of us a little more time. As Tude spoke, he pulled in all the nascent soul cultivators present. As soon as he finished speaking, the other nascent soul cultivators who also coveted the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill nodded in agreement, and some of the bolder ones even directly expressed their support for Tude. Indeed, it has only been 3.5 years since the beginning of the development. Although we have benefited from the divine power of the 3 true monarchs and easily killed the strongest enemy, the Golden Flame Sueni, the Eastern Mausoleum domain is still just a prototype. I think we should wait until the 7th domain of the Eastern Wilderness is fully developed and constructed before we can determine the final order of the rankings. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Seeing that the tide was truly about to be reversed by Tude, Xingji grew anxious and spoke to Wuchen Zhenjun and Chen Mobai, saying, reporting to the 2 Zhenjuns, the Eastern Li region has already been counterattacked by the demonic path. If we wait until the Eastern Ling region is successfully established before setting the rankings, wouldn't that give the demonic path an opportunity to grow stronger? Time waits for no one. I think the most urgent task is for our righteous path to produce a new nascent soul cultivator to suppress the demonic path. Upon hearing Xingji's words, both Wuchen Zhenjun and Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. If we really follow Tude's suggestion, wouldn't that mean that the 4 Holy Lands would have to wait even longer? That's absolutely impossible. The 4 Holy Lands have already distributed the pills today, so there's no reason for them to take them out again. I think Xingji makes a good point. What do you say, young friend Chen? Wuchen Zhenjun intended to suppress Tude, but since Tude was nominally Chen Mobai's man, he still politely followed Chen Mobai's opinion. Same. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. He was just waiting for this matter to end, so he could immediately return to his sect for seclusion. How could he possibly waste any more time here? Sect leader and others, your morality coins have far surpassed those of us who are behind you. What I mean is, apart from the initial 6 coins, the one coin that fellow Taoist Hangyun had, and the half coin that is still on the table, can wait until the Eastern Tomb domain is fully opened up before determining their ownership. In this way, we will also have motivation, and we can better mobilize the enthusiasm of all the fellow Taoists present. Tude had clearly given this matter considerable thought, knowing that even if all the nascent soul cultivators present were combined, they could not defy the will of the 2 divine transformation cultivators. Therefore, he first determined the 6 pills from the 4 holy lands, focusing his attack on Hong Yun and the remaining half pill. If that's what you're saying, I think there's some truth to it. After hearing what Tude said, Xingji suddenly realized that Tude wasn't so bad after all. The difference between Xingji and Hangyun is only 100 morality coins. Given more time, Xingji believes that he will definitely be able to surpass Hangyun in morality coins. If Xingji could get his hands on the pill in Hangyun's hand, he definitely wouldn't want even half of it, which contained poison. Hangyun, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly felt the criticism directed at her and noticed the gazes of everyone present. She was instantly terrified and flew into a rage, shouting, "I object. We beg the true Lord to decide." After speaking, Hangyun immediately bowed to true monarch Wuchen. He knew very well that without the support of the nascent soul stage, he might have had to spit out this true spirit pill of the saintly realm today. Because he has a grudge against Chen Gixian, the latter might take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Please, true Lord, have mercy on our arduous task of pioneering this land. Unexpectedly, Xingji and Tude also bowed to Wuchen Zhenjun and Chen Mobai at the same time. Not only the 2 of them, but also dozens of nascent soul cultivators present did the same. For them, although it was virtually impossible to exchange for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, being able to bring Hong Yun down was something they were happy to see. After all, the other 6 belonged to the 4 Holy Lands, which had profound backgrounds and great strength, and they couldn't afford to offend them. Rules are rules. The 7 Tong Sheng True Spirit Pills will be determined according to today's ranking. However, I have also taken your opinions into consideration. The last half pill will be exchanged by the person with the most morality coins on the list after the Dongling domain is successfully developed and constructed. Wuchen Zhenjun could not possibly contradict himself. After all, he had personally promised to give up the red cloud, and the purifying world pot was still in his possession and had not been returned. Upon hearing this, Hangyun, who thought he had incurred the wrath of the masses, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that in the eastern continent, the nascent soul stage was indeed the one that called the shots. I object. This time it was Xingji's turn to disagree. Why should I? He could accept waiting with Hangyun, but Xingji couldn't accept taking out the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill from his pocket to quell public resentment. Starry Sky, think things through before you speak. Upon hearing this, true monarch Wuchen narrowed his eyes and looked at Xingji, his tone turning slightly cold. Upon hearing this, Xingji immediately remembered that a nascent soul cultivator must not be insulted. The words he spoke in the heat of the moment were tantamount to slapping Wuchen Zhenjun in the face. Under the pressure of the nascent soul stage, he immediately calmed down and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Please forgive me, true Lord. I lost my composure and spoke without thinking. Why don't we set a specific time? After all, the outcome of developing and building the Eastern Mausoleum region is too broad and unrealistic. I think everyone can accept that. At this moment, Chen Mobai spoke up to smooth things over. He was quite impressed with Thucydides's performance today. If Tude had had such courage when he was fighting against him in the east, he probably wouldn't have dared to go up Mount Wudi and take away all the inheritance of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. I will obey the orders of the 2 true lords. Xingji immediately nodded, indicating that he was genuinely angry just now and did not really intend to disrespect the nascent soul stage. Then let's set a 10-year limit. Wu Zhenjian did not object to Chen Mobai's proposal and directly set a time limit. A true lord of great righteousness. Seeing that their struggle had yielded results, even though it was tantamount to a suspended death sentence, Tu De and the nascent soul cultivators present all thanked true monarch Wu Chen and Chen Mobai. The previous 3.5 years are included in this period. I will give you another 6.5 years. When that time comes, I will personally come to announce the results and determine the ownership of this last half of the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. After thinking for a moment, true monarch Wu Chen realized that 10 years was still a bit long. It would be very difficult for anyone who took half a pill to succeed. It would be better to take it sooner to confirm failure, so that he, as a nascent soul cultivator, wouldn't have to worry about this matter. So he added another sentence. Tude and the others dared not object. Then let's call it a day. Seeing that everyone nodded, true monarch Wu Chen waved his hand. Soon, only the people from the 4 holy lands remained here. Of course, Tud wisely left. I will escort you back to your sect. You should all hand over your duties to yourselves. Wu Zhenjian addressed Shengxi, Nai Yuanzhang, and the palace master of Biluo Palace. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised. Did these 3 really need a nascent soul cultivator to escort them? Just then, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted in Dongling Immortal City. Chen Mobai listened with the 5th-level empty valley sound and quickly discovered that there were nascent soul cultivators fighting. There are 2 nascent soul cultivators besieging and killing Hongyun. How dare you, I'm still here. The vast divine sense of true monarch Wu Chen surged forth, his expression grim. He took out a pill and flicked it with his finger towards the spot where they had clashed. A burst of purple-gold light erupted from the top floor of Cayenne Yuan Tower, like a beam of light traversing Dongling Immortal City, turning the 2 nascent soul cultivators who had concealed their figures and were wearing masks into ashes. Thank you for your help, true lord. Hongyun immediately bowed in the direction of Cayenne Yuan Tower. With his cultivation level, he could easily handle the attack from 2 nascent soul cultivators. However, he sensed that there were more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators' gazes and divine senses that fell on him after he left Cayenne Yuan Tower. If true monarch Wu Chen hadn't intervened, he might not have been able to keep the true spirit pill he possessed today. Within the Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City, combat is strictly prohibited. Violators will be executed without mercy. The cold and stern words of true monarch Wu Chen, accompanied by his vast divine sense, spread throughout the entire Eastern Spirit Mountain. At this moment, Hongyun felt that the purification pot of the 5 meridians of burning heaven was well worth the price. Even if it meant that Wu Chen would not return, Hongyun felt there was no problem. With the deterrence of the nascent soul true lord, Hongyun safely returned to his courtyard in the Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City and began to arrange his nascent soul matters. I'm sorry to have made such a fool of myself, young friend Chen. Inside the Cayenne Yuan Tower, after Wu Zhenjian retrieved his pills, he said to Chen Mobai with a helpless expression. In the heavenly river realm, cultivators are incredibly audacious. Driven by greed, they even dare to rob people in the very place where nascent soul cultivators are stationed. At this moment, Chen Mobai also understood why true monarch Wu Chen personally escorted the 3 sect leaders back to their sects. Because there are indeed cultivators who would target them for the Holy Spirit pill. Especially Nai Yuanzhang, since the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect no longer has any nascent soul cultivators, its deterrent effect on cultivators is not as strong as before. It seems I'll have to be more careful when I go back. Chen Mobai smiled and said something to ease the tension. I doubt there's anyone as audacious as this. Wu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the entire Eastern continent, only those at the nascent soul stage could snatch Chen Mobai. The 2 righteous cultivators wouldn't do it. Surely that flying yaksha from Dongli wouldn't fly all the way over. Or perhaps it's the Xuanjiao royal court overseas. 3 days later, the 3 sect leaders, who had been waiting for the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, quickly handed over their duties and disappeared into the teleportation array with true monarch Wu Chen. After Chen Mobai saw them off, he waited for 2 days, and then another battle broke out in the courtyard where Hangyun was. As a righteous cultivator who has attained divinity, it is naturally his duty to take action. To his surprise, Hangyun had already left, leaving behind another nascent soul cultivator from Fire Cloud Palace in the courtyard. These cultivators clearly had extensive experience with such matters. Chen Mobai handed over the matters here to Mo Duguang and was preparing to return to the eastern wilderness when Xingji suddenly came to find him. The book is titled Martial Saint. Pen name Tianli. Introduction. The mysterious and extraordinary have never gone away from this world. Those who break free from the shackles of life with their tempered bodies and indomitable will and pursue the limits of humanity in the modern city are called martial artists. Chapter 1081, The Union of Myriad Transformations. Chapter 1081, The Union of Myriad Transformations. Chen Mobai had a general idea of what was going on regarding Xingji's visit. Considering that the Five Elements sect had so many nascent soul cultivators, and that the Three Lights divine water had played a significant role, he asked Han Xiaoling to go out and greet them. Greetings, true lord. After Xingji entered, he bowed very politely and then handed a jade box to Han Xiaoling. Seeing that he hadn't come empty-handed, Chen Mobai nodded inwardly but still politely said, "Fellow Taoist, you've come all this way. Why did you bring a gift? It's too much of a formality." As he spoke, Chen Mobai scanned the jade box with his divine sense and saw the 2 bottles of Three Lights divine water. He couldn't help but smile and stood up to invite Xingji to sit down, and also asked Han Xiaoling to brew a pot of good tea. "True lord, I've come today mainly to ask you for a favor." Xingji knew that Chen Mobai was a straightforward person, so after sitting down, she directly stated the purpose of her visit. As things stand, this last true spirit pill of sainthood will be contested between him and Tu De. If things were to proceed according to the established rules, Xing Jai is confident he can suppress Tu De, but he fears the latter might lack martial ethics. Currently, all 4th-tier demonic beasts in the Eastern Mausoleum domain have been eliminated under the leadership of the 4 Holy Lands. Theoretically, Xingji has more than 2 million more morality coins than Tude, and because Xingqian Daozong has recruited more core formation cultivators, this gap will only widen further over time. However, the fact that it is no longer present in the Eastern Mausoleum domain does not mean that it is no longer present in the desolate ruins. Since Tu De raised this point in front of the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Xing Jai estimated that he would definitely lead the elites of the One Yuan Dao Palace to hunt 4th-order demonic beasts in the desolate ruins outside the Eastern Mausoleum domain. Tu De is, after all, a nascent soul cultivator at the peak of his cultivation, and he also possesses the primordial Dao fruit. If he's lucky enough to kill a high-grade 4th-tier demonic beast, even if the Star Heaven Dao sect kills many low-tier demonic beasts in the Eastern Mausoleum domain, it still can't compare. So Xingji came here mainly to ask Chen Mobai to supplement the rules. That is, only killing monsters within the Dongling domain can earn moral coins. This is absolutely unacceptable. But Chen Mobai refused outright. As she spoke, she handed back the jade box that Xingji had given her. It wasn't that Chen Mobai wanted to help Tu De, but rather that if this matter were to be accomplished, the Dao De sect would inevitably have to agree, since they were the ones paying Dao De coins in exchange for various monster resources in the desolate ruins. For the moral sect, tens of thousands of low-level demonic beasts are not as valuable as a single high-level one, so they definitely encourage nascent soul cultivators in the Eastern Tomb domain to go out and hunt more high-level demonic beasts. Leaving aside whether the moral sect is willing to give Chen Mobai face, once this rule is established, many disputes will arise in the future. For example, how to determine whether the hunted monster belongs to the Eastern Mausoleum domain. The high-level ones are manageable, but the low-level ones are everywhere in the desolate ruins. Now, most of the large-scale groups of demonic beasts in the Eastern Mausoleum region have been defeated and killed, including forces within the Five Elements sect. In order to obtain more demonic beasts to exchange for morality coins, They are trying to organize manpower to go deeper into the desolate ruins. If this rule were to be added, only Xingji would be happy. All the other cultivators in the Eastern Mausoleum domain would be dissatisfied. 2 portions of the Three Lights divine water are not worth Chen Mobai asking for. If it's the formula for the Three Lights divine water, then we can discuss it further. True Lord, I heard from junior brother Xingchen that our sect has 10,000 acres of Panlong spirit rice within the eastern wilderness. I am willing to give it to you as an early celebration of your success in achieving the divine transformation and living for 2,000 years. Xingji clearly knew that his request was a bit excessive compared to the gift, so he gave another big gift. A gentleman does not take what others cherish. Moreover, after reaching the nascent soul stage, one should not be entangled in too many worldly affairs during the void refinement cultivation. I appreciate fellow Taoist Xingji's kindness. Accepting gifts without actually getting things done is also a valid reason. Although Chen Mobai also really wanted the 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice to take over the last piece of land in the eastern wilderness that didn't belong to the Five Elements sect, he still felt that it wasn't worth it for him to help Xingji with this matter. True Lord, according to the agreement between me and sect leader Shengxi, if I successfully transform into a deity using the Tengsheng True Spirit Pill, I will present the formula for the Three Lights divine water. Since your sect is also among the Holy Lands, you can also make a copy at that time. Xingji then brought up another matter, but the Five Elements sect was definitely not included in the previous agreement. Now that Chen Mobai has established his status as the orthodox leader of the One Yuan, Xingji felt that this condition could be used to persuade him. Then I wish you success in achieving the divine transformation, but compared to that, I would much rather study the immortal jade slip treasured by your sect. After hearing this, Chen Mobai said something that was neither a smile nor a frown. The agreement between Xingji and Shengxi has a second part. If he fails to transform into a deity using the Tengsheng True Spirit Pill, he must take out the immortal jade slip that he comprehended the Three Lights divine water for the Holy Land to study. Now that Chen Mobai has reached the realm of the 5 tones of music, his comprehension is at its peak. He believes he can definitely comprehend everything that none of the previous patriarchs of the Star Heaven Tao sect have been able to understand. The condition for the agreement is that I must take the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan. Xingji also offered a reminder, but for the Holy Land, while the formula for the Three Lights divine water was precious, it wasn't absolutely necessary. After all, when people from the Holy Land reach the nascent soul stage, they need the Three Lights divine water, and the Star Heaven Tao sect wouldn't dare refuse to give it to them. Moreover, as long as the Xingchen Tao sect does not have any nascent soul cultivators, it is likely to decline. Once it declines, whether it's a recipe for pills or a book of immortals and jade slips, it will eventually have to be used to exchange for resources. A lifespan of 2,000 years for a nascent soul cultivator is not something to wait for. The Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan is, after all, a product of the Tao De sect. Fellow Taoist, it would be better to go and discuss this matter with Senior Wu Chen. Seeing that Xingji had no intention of trading the Three Lights divine water pill formula and the immortal jade slip with him, Chen Mobai didn't want to say anything more. He picked up his teacup and prepared to see the guest out. In that case, I hope that the true Lord will not help Tuda, so that Tuda and I can each rely on our own abilities to determine who is better. At this moment, Xingji finally revealed his true purpose for coming. As he spoke, he handed over the jade box containing the Three Lights divine water. Compared to the previous requirements, this was a piece of cake for Chen Mobai. That's no problem. If junior brother Tuda wants to reach the nascent soul stage, and he can't even beat you, his chances of success are probably not high. Chen Mobai nodded. He wouldn't forget the time when he was targeted by the Yiyuan Dao Palace in the Eastern Land just because Tuda called him sect leader a few times. He's petty and narrow-minded. If he weren't currently in charge of the One Yuan Orthodox sect, suppressing Tuda would damage his reputation, and he might have allowed the Five Elements sect and the Star Heaven Tao sect to start trading. After all, in order to compete for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill, Xing Jai and Tu De will definitely not only hunt monsters, but also frantically buy up the monsters hunted by others at high prices on the market. The Five Elements sect will definitely be able to take this opportunity to make a fortune. This is the contract I have drafted. Please accept it, true lord. After achieving his goal, Xingji handed Chen Mobai a pre-written gift contract, which was signed with his Taoist name and stamped with the seal of the Xingchen Dao sect's leader. With this, the 10,000 mu of Panlong spirit rice will belong to Chen Mobai. Fellow Taoist, please take care. I'll see you off. After receiving the two gifts, Chen Mobai personally delivered Xingji to the recipient. He hopes to do this more often in the future, since it's such a simple thing. You don't need to do anything, just don't help. Indeed, improving one's realm and strength is the most important thing. Without the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator, how can one have such prestige? Perhaps even the divine elixir of immortality didn't go this smoothly. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai became even more eager to return to the immortal sect and attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. However, he still waited for a long time. Sure enough, in the afternoon, Tude came to visit in person. After all, Chen Mobai personally escorted Xingji out the door. As long as Tude wasn't stupid, he would know that the two of them were definitely discussing the last Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. Sect leader, we are of the same lineage after all, you must help me. After Tude arrived, he handed the gift box to Han Jiling, seemingly forgetting the scene in Dongtu where he and Chen Mobai were at odds and almost came to blows. He completely placed himself in the position of a branch elder. The competition for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill must be fair and just. As the leader of the Holy Land, I cannot take the initiative to break the rules. Chen Mobai glanced at the 3 fifth-grade medicinal herbs in the gift box and softened his words of refusal, making them more tactful. The 3 fifth-grade medicinal herbs that Tude selected were purchased at high prices by the Five Elements Merchant Guild in the Eastern Lands. They are the main ingredients for refining the nascent soul pill. For decades, they had only managed to acquire the seeds. It was unexpected that Tude actually had them. He truly deserves to be the Grand Elder of the One Yuan Dao Palace. As a righteous person, the sect leader should be fair and just. Let me compete with that scoundrel Xingji for the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill fairly and squarely. Tude also took the opportunity to state his own requirements, which turned out to be the same as Xing Jai's. Good, junior brother Tude has such ambition. As the sect leader, I will definitely support you and will not allow anyone to interfere and disrupt the fair competition between the two of you. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Tude breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Chen Mobai would suppress him, especially after Xingji gave him the gift. Tude had also considered whether Chen Mobai could help him obtain the last Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, but after thinking about it, he realized that Chen Mobai only had the Hunyuan Dao fruit and the Hunyuan bell, which were the only things he would be interested in. However, the former is the greatest hope of the Earth God, while the latter is not under his control at all, so Chen Mobai can only remain neutral. After receiving the two generous gifts, Chen Mobai left Dongling Immortal City with a happy smile. On his way back to the eastern wilderness, he deliberately rode the yellow dragon, creating various phenomena to reveal his whereabouts, and even wondered if he could use the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan to catch some more fish. But it's clear that the locals aren't that audacious. They dared to take a gamble and try to seize the opportunity of becoming a nascent soul cultivator like Hangyun, but no one dared to follow, let alone ambush and kill, someone like Chen Mobai who was already considered a nascent soul cultivator. Chen Mobai returned to the eastern wilderness with a disappointed look on his face. So this is the true spirit pill of the saintly realm. In Baiyuan City, the nascent soul cultivators of the Five Elements sect gathered together, marveling at the cyan jade bottle that Chen Mobai had taken out. That's right. It's just a pity that my sect doesn't have a formula for nascent soul pills. Otherwise, if Qing Nu and I joined forces, we might be able to refine a batch using the essence blood of the fox spirit. As Chen Mobai spoke, he took the corpse of Li out of his storage bag. Even though the fifth-order true spirit was dead, the residual aura still made Zhou Shenking and the others look solemn. Once you reach the nascent soul stage, my sect will be a sacred land. At that time, will we still use the name of the 5 elements, or will we inherit the name of the 1 yuan from the eastern land? After paying their respects to Li's corpse, while Zhou Yi and the others were still praising Chen Mobai's second primordial spirit for its bravery and power, Zhou Shenking had already thought far ahead and asked this question. Zhou Shenking had been hesitant about this. The name 5 Elements Sect held sentimental value for him, but if it were replaced with 1 Yuan Dao Palace, becoming a disciple of the Holy Land would also resolve the lifelong regret of the primordial ancestor. Zhou Shenking still held Hunyuan ancestor in high esteem. Although he later distanced himself from Zhou Yi in order to pave the way for him, their achievements today were all thanks to Hunyuan ancestors' guidance into the world of cultivation. Because both options are acceptable, nascent soul cultivators, including Zhou Shenking, are struggling with this issue. Let's use the 5 elements, don't change what we're used to. Chen Mobai, however, did not hesitate at all. He had no feelings for the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Moreover, if he were to change his title to Yiyuan, even if he ascended to heaven, his reputation in the heavenly river realm would likely remain below that of Yiyuan Zhenjun forever. Chen Mobai was unwilling to accept this. He wanted to become the founder of a major sect in the Holy Land. The title of 1 Yuan Orthodox is only useful for now. Once the 5 Elements sect becomes more powerful and completely assimilates everything from the 1 Yuan Dao Palace, it can be downplayed. Then let's do as our junior brother, the sect leader, says. After Chen Mobai made his decision, Zhou Shenking breathed a sigh of relief. Deep down, he also preferred to preserve the 5 Elements sect. After all, the primordial ancestor had regrets, but his disciples did not. Besides, the Yiyuan Dao Palace is a sacred place, and after Chen Mobai becomes a god, the 5 Elements sect is also a sacred place. As people of the same generation as Chen Mobai, their status was equivalent to that of the founding patriarch. Thinking this way, everyone was even happier and wished Chen Mobai success in achieving the Dao. Then I will return to Huanglong Cave for seclusion. I will leave the affairs of the sect to you all. Chen Mobai retrieved the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, and with a smile, prepared to use the void shift technique to go directly to the Yellow Dragon Cave. Sect leader, there is one more matter that may require your attention. At this moment, Zhou Yi suddenly spoke up and presented Chen Mobai with an invitation card with a gold background and inlaid with various pearls. Dragon Palace. Chen Mobai looked at the 2 words on the invitation and couldn't help but look puzzled. They were sent by envoys from the Xuanjiao royal court. They landed at Jinwu Immortal City and were delivered to Mingjing Immortal City. They specifically addressed them to you because you are not here, so I am keeping them for you. After listening to Zhou Yi's explanation, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, then opened the pearl gold page that resembled an invitation. To his surprise, it contained a domineering 5th-order true power. This true energy is estimated to have been left behind by a 5th-tier dragon from the Xuanjiao royal court. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai became even more curious. According to Zhou Yi, when he sent the invitation, he had not yet revealed his second primordial spirit's strength to the outside world. In other words, in the eyes of the Xuanjiao royal court, he should only be a nascent soul cultivator. Is it worth it for a divine flood dragon to personally invite him? Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, and was about to use his second primordial spirit to break through this domineering true power, the golden page suddenly opened on its own. Huh! Chen Mobai couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, but soon he was drawn to the contents of the invitation. That's a nice dream. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sneer and close the gold page in his hand. Junior brother, is the Xuanjiao royal court looking for trouble? Zhou Shenking asked, his expression revealing worry. Even the great sects of the eastern holy lands must treat the Xuanjiao royal court with respect. This is an ancient force that has existed since the creation of the heavenly river realm, and its strength and foundation are unfathomable. The Xuanjiao royal court has learned that I have a yellow dragon, and that it is female, so they want to propose marriage. Chen Mobai recited the contents written on the golden page, and with a cold snort, he had already included the Xuanjiao royal court in his list of opponents. I see. After listening, Zhou Shenking and the others also looked enlightened. The Xuanjiao royal court has spread its influence throughout the four seas, which is common knowledge. It is only natural that they would want to marry Huanglong, a primordial spirit, after hearing about him. After all, for those with true spirit bloodlines, it is extremely difficult to reproduce offspring whose bloodline does not degenerate. If the mother's bloodline is already very strong, then the results will be twice as good with half the effort. Sect leader, how should we respond to this? The demon beast that sent the message from the Xuanjiao royal court said it would be waiting in the sea outside Golden Crow, Immortal City. Zhou Yi mentioned another matter, a seashell, given to him by a messenger beast. It was similar to a communication talisman used by human cultivators. It could be used to send a message simply by injecting spiritual energy. No need to respond, just stall for time. Although Chen Mobai was very confident in the heavenly curtain and earthly network array he had set up, and believed that he could defend against even an attack from the Xuanjiao royal court, he did not want to provoke such an opponent at present. Moreover, the Xuanjiao royal court has currently revealed 2 fifth-order dragons. No response means disagreement. However, if he were to refuse after reaching the nascent soul stage, the Xuanjiao royal court would likely give him face. Should we ask Huanglong Zhenling for his opinion? Actually, marrying into the Xuanjiao royal court would be more advantageous for her, given the resources available. Moreover, this would make our 5-element sect related to the Xuanjiao royal court by marriage. Zhou Yi hesitated for a moment, then said something that made Chen Mobai frown. He suspected that Zhou Yi had received benefits from the Xuanjiao royal court. However, upon closer reflection, if this marriage were to proceed, it would indeed be more beneficial than harmful to the 5-element sect. Zhou Yi was probably considering the overall interests of the sect. Marriage definitely requires mutual satisfaction. If the Xuanjiao royal court is sincere, they should arrange a blind date first. Right now, they haven't even specified who they're going to be betrothed to. Chen Mobai expressed his attitude, but at this moment, Zhou Shenking and the others all had strange expressions. Junior brother, if the Xuanjiao royal court formally proposes a marriage, it will only be to find a wife for the Dragon Palace Lord. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was first taken aback, then flew into a rage. The master of the Dragon Palace of the Xuanjiao royal court is that black dragon who has transformed into a god, the oldest true spirit in the entire Tianhe realm. That old bastard wants to eat the young grass on my land, utterly shameless. Chen Mobai immediately launched into a tirade of curses, because this nascent soul black dragon was said to have a full 3,000 dragon concubines in the harem, and now it actually wanted to marry little yellow dragon girl. It really had no shame. Junior brother, calm down. Let's put this aside for now. After you reach the nascent soul stage, call on the 2 nascent soul true monarchs from the moral sect and the Takesu Misty Palace. Then, have a proper discussion with the Xuanjiao royal court. I think that old dragon will give you face. Zhou Shenking immediately advised that, for the 5-element sect, keeping the yellow dragon was the foundation and guarantee for the sect's future for thousands of years. However, if this leads to a confrontation with the Xuanjiao royal court, it could be a catastrophic disaster for the 5-element sect, a newly emerging holy land. HMPH, you'd better give me face, otherwise when my 5-element sect grows strong, I'll stir up the Xuanhai Sea and skin that shameless old dragon alive. Chen Mobai was not afraid of the Xuanjiao royal court at all. After all, if the nascent soul dragon dared to come ashore, neither Wuchen Zhenjun nor Dakong Zhenjun would stand idly by. This was already proven during the previous battle between good and evil. Moreover, for Chen Mobai, if he wants to expand the Dao Law fruit in the future, Then taking the three border regions of the eastern continent as the core and expanding towards the Xuanhai Wilderness Sea is the best choice. After all, the inland territory had been managed by holy sites like the moral sect for tens of thousands of years, and they upheld justice for all living beings. The five-element sect had no legitimate reason to encroach upon it. The combined size of the Xuanhai and the Huanghai is larger than dozens of eastern continents. After all, the Tian realm was originally a vast body of water when it was first created. It was only after the intervention of a great supernatural being that the five continents rose from the water. However, because the jellyfish possess the most powerful supernatural abilities, all these landmasses combined only account for less than 1% of the area of the heavenly river realm. If Chen Mobai could encompass both the profound sea and the desolate sea, he felt that the Tao Law fruit alone would be enough for him to break through to the void refining realm. After discussing sect matters with Zhou Shenking and the others, Chen Mobai took the little yellow dragon girl back to his cave. Qing Nu also happened to emerge from seclusion. During the 3.5 years that Chen Mobai led the five-element sect to open up the eastern mausoleum domain, she had already refined the heavenly pure water and raised her water spirit root to 100 points. Because of Chen Mobai's reminder, she did not miss the opportunity to learn about the Tao of immortal spirit root. When I heard the Tao, I felt as if I had entered the deepest part of this world, which was like the eye of an endless abyss. The waters of the heavenly river realm, when it was created, all flowed out from that place, and all things and phenomena were born from it. When Qing Nu spoke of the concrete image she had comprehended when she heard the Tao, Chen Mobai felt that it was somewhat similar to the scene when he explored the embryonic essence within Qing Nu's body. However, since he was not by his side when he heard the truth, he could not make a definitive conclusion. This world is called the Heavenly River because it was created by the great supernatural being, the jellyfish. In its most primitive form, it was an endless body of water. Your immortal water spiritual root has heard the Tao, so perhaps you have glimpsed the scene of the jellyfish creating the world. Chen Mobai thought about the legends here and spoke to Qing Nu. The latter nodded gently, then raised her fair and jade-like hand, and a deep blue light shone in her palm. This is the supernatural power I obtained when I first encountered the Tao, and it is called myriad transformations and dark union. After hearing what Qing Nu said, Chen Mobai couldn't help but look on with anticipation. Zhuo Mingwen's acquisition of the all-encompassing spiritual rhyme is a heaven-defying divine power. It can even be said that Chen Mobai's success today is largely due to the influence of the all-encompassing spiritual rhyme. He hoped that the myriad transformations and dark harmony that Qing Nu had obtained would be no less powerful than the spiritual rhinoceros of all things. What specific function does it have? Chen Mobai asked, and Qing Nu smiled and took out a pill from her storage bag, placing it in her palm, which was glowing with a deep blue light. The moment the pill fell in, Chen Mobai saw beams of light break off from it, like a hedgehog blooming in Qing Nu's palm. These beams of light then transformed into more concrete images, namely various kinds of herbs including ginseng, flower stamens, lingjai mushrooms, fruits, leaves and vines, etc. This is... Chen Mobai recognized the pill that Qing Nu had taken out as the Nirvana pill, and the phantom images materialized from the beam of light in her palm were the various main and auxiliary ingredients used to refine the Nirvana pill. Although he had guessed the effect of the myriad transformations and dark union, he was still shocked and stared wide-eyed at Qing Nu for confirmation. That's right. My myriad transformations and netherworld fusion can break down various synthesized items into their most basic materials. For example, if you put a pill into it, you can see all the herbs used and thus deduce the pill formula. Besides that, I've also tried using magical artifacts, which can also be broken down into various ores, etc. However, because I'm not very proficient in artifact crafting, it's not as easy as with pills, and the same goes for talismans. Upon hearing Qing Nu's explanation, Chen Mobai's face lit up with joy. These are the heavenly spirit pills and the true spirit pills I obtained during my trip to the eastern mausoleum domain. Take a look. Before leaving Dongling Immortal City, Chen Mobai was still thinking about what reason he could use to exchange the formula for the great Tao pill from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect. His plan was to use the excuse of needing to refine a nascent soul pill, with the power of the fox spirit to exchange for it from the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect after he reached the nascent soul stage. Little did he know, when he got home, King Nu told him such a big surprise. "I haven't tried a 5th grade high-quality pill yet." As King Nu spoke, her eyes were full of anticipation. Chen Mobai first placed the heavenly spirit pill in her palm. Soon, a phantom of a 5th-order earth ant transformed into a huge beam of light and appeared in the hall. In addition, there are dozens of strangely shaped medicinal herbs and hundreds of small shadows of monsters. Although the main ingredient of this heavenly spirit pill is a 5th-order earthworm, it is clearly not the original Great Tao pill. It has been improved by the Myriad Spirits sect. Chen Mobai immediately took out his phone, switched to camera mode, and captured all of these moments in the photos. At this moment, Qing Nu's face suddenly turned pale, and the deep blue light of the myriad transformations and dark union in her palm began to dim. End of this chapter. Chapter 1082, Golden Red Fairy Flower. Chapter 1082, Golden Red Fairy Flower. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai quickly took the heavenly spirit pill from Qing Nu's palm. "My cultivation level is still too low. Using the myriad transformations and dark fusion technique to analyze a 5th-grade pill requires more power than I imagined." After King Nu stopped using her supernatural powers, she began to describe her feelings. Chen Mobai nodded gently and channeled his innate pure yang energy into her body, checking her over and helping her regulate her breathing to recover. "The nascent soul pill isn't urgent for now, since the 5-element sect won't need it for the time being. We can analyze the 3 lights divine water first." While helping King Nu regulate her breathing, Chen Mobai also talked about his experience and gains from this land reclamation. "The Eastern Continent Holy Land is indeed profound. I wonder how many new nascent soul cultivators will emerge from this batch of true spirit pills." As they were talking, King Nu had recovered and picked up the heavenly spirit pill from Chen Mobai's hand, beginning to appraise it using her professional expertise. Her assessment was similar to Chen Mobai's. She discovered a strange restriction incorporated into the pill. If it wasn't removed before consumption, it would not only destroy the pill's efficacy, but could also potentially harm the cultivator. Although the ingredient ratios for this heavenly spirit pill can be analyzed using the myriad transformations and netherworld combination technique, refining it would likely require a long period of experimentation to deduce the correct formula. King Nu then began to discuss the difficulties. Alchemy is not simply a matter of mixing materials, refining medicinal herbs, the order in which they are added, and even the timing of fire and water cooling. Without the guidance of a correct formula, a vast amount of experimentation is required to successfully deduce the formula. If there are fewer medicinal herbs, this step will be much easier. When Wan Hua Minghe was analyzing it earlier, Chen Mobai used his phone to photograph dozens of medicinal herbs and hundreds of kinds of demon beast blood. Compared to the pill formulas of immortal sects, the materials for this heavenly spirit pill are not many. Moreover, the basic knowledge of alchemy is universal. With Qing Nu's alchemy skills, she can fill in most of the gaps in the order of refining these materials. However, even if the remaining 30% requires experimentation, it is still very costly for the 5-element sect at present. Because both 5th-order true spirit blood and 5th-order medicinal herbs are far too precious. The experiment will inevitably fail repeatedly at the beginning, and if it fails even once, all the medicinal materials will be wasted. Even with Chen Mobai's extravagant lifestyle, the thought of this made him breathe heavily. It seems that we still need the formula for the Great Tao pill, which is the source of the heavenly spirit pill and the true spirit pill of the sage. If we have this as a reference, and with Qing Nu's professional skills, we might be able to restore the 2 pill formulas after just a few attempts. Yuangsu's Fangkun book is very suitable for this job. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will ask him to help me out. Chen Mobai also thought of Yungsu's square-inch book simulation function, which allows one to directly deduce the experimental process in their mind without the need for actual material input. Only when this is combined with King Nu's myriad transformation and superimposed can its function be fully realized. They would then claim it was the foundation of the Dan Ding sect, but because of the demonic tribulation, they left in a hurry and did not take all the pill formulas with them. Only ancestor Yun left behind the material ratios based on his memory and asked Yuan Su to help simulate pill refining and deduce the pill formulas. After hearing what Chen Mobai said, King Nu felt relieved. Next, she tried the Three Lights Divine Water, which was much simpler, requiring only 3 ingredients, 3 kinds of spiritual water that condensed and refined the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, and then fused together using a special secret method. Among these, the 3 types of spiritual water are rare in the Eastern continent, but it is still possible to find a way to collect them. The key is how to fuse the essence of the sun, moon, and stars with spiritual water, but this Qing Nu is confident that she can figure it out herself. Finally, she opened the cyan jade bottle and poured out the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill. The Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan has a round shape and emits a faint golden luster. Various tiny runes shimmer and appear on its surface, like a miniature sun. Its light is restrained, but the moment you touch it, you can feel the vast essence it contains. Qing Nu took a gentle sniff, and the pill emitted a delicate fragrance, the aroma of hundreds of spiritual herbs. She once again activated the myriad transformations and dark harmony, and a deep blue light shone, with illusory figures beginning to condense, revealing the ingredients of the pill. Chen Mobai immediately took out his phone and photographed them all. When Qing Nu felt that her divine sense and true energy were greatly depleted, she stopped the myriad transformations and dark merge, and then watched the video content that Chen Mobai had sent over. She was very focused during the process, and even took out paper and pen to record the deductions. It wasn't until evening that she finally let out a long breath and stopped. This pill is fine, and it's perfectly suited to your attributes. Take this before attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage, and then refine the immortal flower condensed from the 5-pointed ancient maple. The 2 effects will not only not conflict, but will even be synergistic. Chen Mobai listened to Qing Nu's careful instructions and nodded with a smile. This nascent soul stage may take quite a while, so we'll have to trouble you on the sex side. Chen Mobai will definitely return to the immortal sect to become a nascent soul cultivator, since there is no heavenly tribulation there. And during this period, it is very likely that the Eastern continent will be at its most turbulent. After all, the demonic path must also know that once the righteous path has digested all the Tong Sheng True Spirit pills, they may be suppressed again, or even exterminated. The major holy lands in the East are all protected by 6th-order grand formations and have profound foundations, so the 5 elements sect and the 5 lineages of burning heaven are the forces most likely to be attacked by the demonic path. But after Chen Mobai demonstrated his nascent soul-level combat power, the 5 meridians of burning heaven will likely become the target of everyone's attacks. I wonder if Hangyun will have a chance to break through by taking the pill. Qing Nu, there is a heavenly curtain and earthly network array here, which even a nascent soul cultivator cannot easily break through. Don't worry. Chen Mobai, if we really encounter a powerful enemy, such as the Xuanjiao royal court, we can abandon Dongyi or even Dongwu and hold our base in the eastern wilderness. We'll talk about everything when I get back. After saying all that, and realizing that this separation might take a long time, the couple couldn't help but share a long-awaited moment of intimacy. Several days later, Chen Mobai, carrying the slightly sore King Nu, boarded the Yellow Dragon and the couple headed towards Tianping Mountain. Greetings, master and mistress. Zhuo Ming was very polite when she saw the couple who had fallen from the sky. This is a gift I brought for you from my master in Dongling. When Chen Mobai got off Huanglong's back, he handed a storage bag to Zhuo Ming, which contained a large piece of Tanuki's flesh and blood. This is the flesh of a 5th-order true spirit. If you cook it and eat it, the earth element true power contained within will allow your 9-ren body to break through. Zhuo Ming's 9-ren body technique had been at the 7th level for a long time. This was not only because she focused her main energy on the earth element immortal scripture and helping Chen Mobai, but also because there were not many resources suitable for this body-tempering technique in the eastern wilderness. After all, if the 9-ren body breaks through again, the 8th level is the 4th-order body tempering, which is equivalent to the nascent soul realm. The 4th-grade spirit rice of the 5-element sect has only recently matured, and in order to break through to the 4th grade in body tempering, in addition to spirit rice, various foods that greatly replenish qi and blood are also indispensable. However, there are no 4th-order demonic beasts in the eastern wilderness, so Zhuo Ming can only cleanse herself with medicinal baths every day, along with some qi and blood pills prepared by Qing Nu. With Tanuki's flesh and blood, these are no longer problems. "Thank you, Master." Zhuo Ming took the storage bag with a happy expression. If she achieves 4th-level body tempering before forming her nascent soul, and with resources like the nascent soul pill, her chances of forming her nascent soul are practically guaranteed. I still have quite a lot left after I finish eating, so I can come to Huanglong Cave to get it later. After landing, King Nu smiled and told Zhuo Ming that Chen Mobai had given her the corpse of Lily. After hearing this, Zhuo Ming turned and thanked Qing Nu as well. The two women then discussed how to cook 5th-tier true spirit flesh and blood. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the eastern wilderness, not to mention the immortal sects, who had never had any experience or even ideas in this area. "We can consult Tianqinlu." Chen Mobai said that in the eastern continent, the heavenly restaurant has a long history and various recipes for 5th-tier ingredients. The cultivation methods are also based on food. Then we'll probably need to consult Chef Ren from the east, or perhaps the 2 nascent soul elders from Tianqinlu. Over the years, Qing Nu has become accustomed to local customs and knows the value of knowledge. She knows that the 5th-tier recipe is definitely not available in Shanqing in the eastern wilderness. We can invite them then. You happen to have the Tanuki power ingredient on hand, so I'm sure fellow Taoists Dragon and Phoenix will be happy to come. The 5-element sect and the Heavenly Meal Pavilion are allies, and Chen Mobai has received many favors from them. For example, the sea soul agate that Fu Zhangju used to transform into his nascent soul was used to repay the debt with the flesh and blood of the 5th-order true spirit. This can also be considered as resolving a karmic debt. After hearing this, Qing Nu nodded slightly. She was preparing to formally invite the 2 nascent soul elders from Tianqinlu to come and cook and taste ingredients such as 5th-order true spirit after leaving Tianpeng Mountain. It's a pity that this 5-pointed ancient maple has not yet grown to the peak of the 4th tier. At this moment, Chen Mobai had also arrived at the spiritual plant that had been cultivated for a long time on the mountaintop. Its branches were strong and vigorous, and its leaves were like burning flames, intertwined with gold and red. Under the blowing of the autumn wind, a thick red mist that was almost visible to the naked eye spread out from the branches of the 5-pointed ancient maple. This is the purest fire elemental energy, which, after being absorbed and purified by the 5-cornered ancient maple, is now equivalent to the 5th rank. Chen Mobai withdrew his hand from the tree trunk, sensing that it was still some distance from the peak of the 4th rank, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. However, for him, there was no need to wait a few more years. Even if this 5-pointed ancient maple failed to advance, it could still be refined into a fairy flower in an instant. At most, its efficacy would be weaker. "Minger, I'm about to use the pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique. Could you help me make some final adjustments?" Chen Mobai waved to Zhuo Ming, who immediately came over and communicated with Wu Jiao Gufeng. The spiritual plant had long been prepared for this day, and was even somewhat eager to try. After all, a long time ago, during its upgrade to the 5th rank, it was turned into a withered tree by a heavenly tribulation. If it hadn't encountered Chen Mobai and his apprentice, it would probably have been extinguished long ago. This time, however, it has accumulated even greater strength than in its previous life, and is determined to break through that threshold. Master, it's done. As Zhuo Ming spoke, he took 3 branches of the 5-pointed ancient maple and put them into a pot to keep as tree seeds. After the flowers bloom for a short while, this 5-pointed ancient maple will become history. But then Zhuo Ming will make the mountains and fields full of fiery red maple trees, not only in Tianping Mountain, but also in the fire spirit veins of the eastern wilderness. Madam, please stay away from here. Please also keep an eye on things down the mountain. Chen Mobai nodded and said to Qing Nu not far away, because there would be a 5th-order spiritual plant heavenly tribulation this time, so he had gathered the spiritual energy of the eastern wilderness here in advance through the Earth Network array. But just in case, only he and Zhuo Ming remained on the mountaintop. Zhuo Ming knows this 5-pointed ancient maple best, so she is needed to assist in its advancement. King Nu nodded and led the little yellow dragon girl, who had already transformed into human form, to the foot of the mountain. This is the alchemist training base of the 5-element sect, nominally under the jurisdiction of Qing Nu, the #1 alchemist. Yi Bagui, who was in charge, was also very surprised to see Qing Nu coming over. Immediately, the large array at the training base lit up, and all the alchemists who were cultivating were stopped and taken to the nearest market via a small teleportation array set up there. After Chen Mobai saw with his divine sense that all the disciples at the foot of the mountain had left, he nodded to Zhuo Ming, then stretched out his right hand. The 5th order, pulling up seedlings to help them grow, spiritual light bloomed at his fingertips, covering the entire 5-pointed ancient maple tree. Rumble. In the Red Leaf Market near Tianping Mountain, the 5-element sect alchemists who had just been teleported there suddenly heard a series of deafening thunderous roars. Everyone looked up towards the direction of the thunder. At that moment, dazzling bolts of blue lightning struck down from the sky, like blue spears splitting heaven and earth. Those who witnessed this scene were filled with shock. The alchemists who can enter the 5-element sect are the elite of the elite, at the very least top students from various academies, and they all know that this is a heavenly tribulation. Recalling Yi Bagui's urgent call for them to leave Tianping Mountain, they knew in their hearts that the center of the heavenly tribulation should be at the mountaintop. However, the Red Leaf Market where they are now is more than 100 miles away from Tianping Mountain, yet they can still clearly see the azure lightning of the heavenly tribulation. One can imagine how terrifying the lightning would be at the very center. Could it be Master Zhu, nascent soul tribulation? One of the beautiful female alchemists couldn't help but speak up and speculate. None of them had ever seen a nascent soul heavenly tribulation, but they figured that something this powerful must be one. They were all aware that Zhuo Ming was stationed at the mountaintop. Yi Bagui often invited Zhuo Ming down to give lectures. After all, she was the #1 spiritual plant expert in the 5-element sect, and elixirs were definitely inseparable from spiritual plants. Stop thinking nonsense. Come with me to the sect's cave dwelling. I'll arrange accommodations for you. Yi Bagui, who was also teleported over, stopped the students' discussion. As a non-Buddhist golden core cultivator, he felt this tribulation more deeply, finding it even more terrifying than the nascent soul tribulation. It's said that the sect leader has already reached the nascent soul stage, and Tianping Mountain is a rare and powerful fire spiritual vein in the eastern wilderness. Could it be? Yi Bagui guessed that Chen Mobai wanted to use the spiritual energy of Tianping Mountain to attack the nascent soul stage, which was why Qing Nu came to protect him. But he dared not utter a single word about it. After all, this concerns the transformation into a god. The thought that the 5-element sect might be promoted to a holy land made Yi Bagui, a former disciple of Tiangu, feel excited. In his youth, he was also a person who thought highly of himself. He believed that the barren and backward eastern wilderness had shackled his talents. If he had been born in the eastern land, he felt that, with his talent for alchemy, he might have been able to become a disciple of the Holy Land. However, as he grew older and his cultivation deepened, Yi Bagui realized that he was only considered a genius alchemist in the eastern wilderness. If this were in the East, they probably wouldn't even accept menial jobs in the Holy Land. But now, Yi Bagui is very likely to become an elder of the Holy Land. Dio Hai, you lead the students to the cave. I'll coordinate with the garrison commander. At this moment, a beam of light shone from the center of Red Leaf Market and flew towards this place. Yibagwi saw this scene, gave an order to Dio Hai beside him, and then went to meet it. Soon, news of the azure lightning appearing above the Tianpeng Mountain spiritual vein spread throughout the entire Five Elements sect. Although Chen Mobai had told Zhou Shenking and the others that he would soon go into seclusion to break through to the nascent soul stage, everyone thought he would be in the Yellow Dragon Cave. Therefore, this news attracted many nascent soul cultivators from the Five Elements sect to come and investigate. Qingnu didn't explain anything, only saying that Chen Mobai was in seclusion in Tianpeng Mountain. After all, when he returned to the immortal sect to become a nascent soul cultivator in the future, there would be a place in the eastern wilderness to show that he was there. As a place with a fire spirit vein, Tianpeng Mountain meets the requirements. This tribulation of the five-pointed ancient maple being upgraded to a fifth-tier spiritual plant can also deceive outsiders. When Zhou Shenking and the others arrived and saw that Qing Nu was also there, they did not linger and simply wished Chen Mobai success in his seclusion. But soon, within 1,000 miles centered on Tianpeng Mountain, the number of disciples of the Five Elements sect began to increase. Yu Lion of the Punishment Hall personally led them to guard the area and prevent any disturbances from alarming the sect leader who was in seclusion. The azure lightning of the heavenly tribulation above Tianpeng Mountain lasted for a full month. The terrifying power even frightened Yu Lion, a core formation cultivator, because each bolt of azure lightning could easily kill him. During this month, the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation lightning caused a sharp drop in temperature in a small part of the eastern wilderness, and even snowflakes began to fall from the sky, covering the vast land. This is because the azure thunder is of a cold and yin nature, and it wants to cut off the five-cornered ancient maple at its roots and extinguish all its flames as it attempts to advance. However, under Chen Mobai's intervention, most of the essence of the heavenly tribulation azure lightning was absorbed into his own domain. After acquiring the knowledge of the ascended master, his realm has already acquired some characteristics of the Dharma realm, and can absorb some of the essence of heaven and earth within a short period of time, not exceeding his own capacity. If these are given to the Azure Frost Sword by the Immortal sect, it might be able to upgrade it to the mid-grade level of the 5th rank. Chen Mobai has deep feelings for the people and things that have been with him, and when he saw the azure lightning of the heavenly tribulation caused by the five-cornered ancient maple, this was the first thing he thought of. 7 days later, the continuous stream of blue lightning falling from the sky finally began to thin out. But the five-cornered ancient maple also reached its limit at this time. The Earth Mother seal appeared between her brows, and Zhuo Ming, who was paying close attention, immediately transmitted her voice to Chen Mobai. The latter immediately unleashed the Fifth Order, pulling up seedlings to help them grow technique again, and together with the earth energy that Zhuo Ming had gathered, he poured it into the five-cornered ancient maple, helping the spiritual plant, which had fallen from the Fifth Order realm due to excessive loss of vital energy, to rise again. With an unprecedented burst of dazzling red light, the five-pointed ancient maple finally broke through the bottleneck once again, gushing out an even purer and more vibrant spiritual light. The moment the aura of the 5th rank surged into the sky again, the sparse heavenly tribulations in the sky were stimulated and suddenly converged and merged towards the center. A blinding, bone-chilling blue light formed in the center of the dark clouds in the void, like a sword of divine punishment, and fell to the summit of Tianpeng Mountain. Chen Mobai narrowed his eyes, and the enormous myriad sword's Dharma body rose from the ground, standing tall on the mountaintop. With the heaven-slaying sword domain in operation, and the sword fiend array added to it, the purple lightning sword transformed into a stunning swan soaring into the sky, colliding with the azure light of the heavenly tribulation. Amidst the deafening roar, cultivators throughout the eastern wilderness felt the earth tremble and the spiritual veins shake. An earthquake. The unsuspecting cultivators were only surprised, because, After the heavenly canopy and earthly network were successfully set up, there had been no more earthquakes in the eastern wilderness. But those who knew the inside story were only horrified. He thought to himself that this person had not yet reached the nascent soul stage, yet his power was already so terrifying. If he were to reach the nascent soul stage, he could probably overturn the eastern wilderness with a mere thought. The disciples of the Five Elements sect felt even more honored when they thought that it was their own sect leader who had achieved the nascent soul stage, and their gazes toward Tianping Mountain were filled with even greater reverence. Zhou Shenking and the others were also anxious, but in order to avoid disturbing Chen Mobai's seclusion, they paced back and forth in their respective immortal cities, waiting for the outcome from Tianping Mountain. As the last ray of azure light from the heavenly tribulation was shattered by Chen Mobai's myriad swords Dharma body, the trunk of the five-pointed ancient maple also erupted with a series of crisp cracking sounds. Its ancient bark was cracked with fissures, as if it were undergoing a transformation and evolution, but in addition to the bark, the trunk was also cracking. Master, it's somewhat unable to withstand the true power of a fifth-tier expert. Zhuo Ming immediately reported to Chen Mobai. In her state of spiritual connection with all things, she understood the five-cornered ancient maple better than this spiritual plant itself. Having survived the tribulation, the advancement can be considered successful, but the foundation is unstable. Chen Mobai listened with the fifth-level empty valley sound and quickly understood the current state of the five-cornered ancient maple. If left unchecked, it will shed all its bark and most of its trunk, leaving only the most essential section, remaining at the fifth rank. Over the long years to come, it will continuously absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the fire elemental energy to grow and replenish itself, until it becomes a true fifth-rank spiritual plant. The difficulty of spiritual plants achieving enlightenment is evident from this. However, the resilience and strength of the spiritual plant's vitality were fully experienced during this trip. If it were a human cultivator, reaching this stage would already be considered a failure to reach the nascent soul stage. However, spiritual plants can maintain their fifth-order level by sacrificing most of their bodies, and then make up for it over time. Chen Mobai had a vague understanding of what was going on, and his hands moved quickly. The second primordial spirit flew out from behind the head and landed above the five-pointed ancient maple tree that was cracking and shedding its skin, and instantly unleashed the flower blooming technique. A burst of colorful divine light shone from the hands of the second primordial spirit, like a rainbow rain falling on the spiritual plants. But these rainbow rains were like sparks, and when they landed on the spiritual plants, they ignited into streaks of colorful flames. Soon, the transformation of the five-pointed ancient maple stopped. Then, Zhuo Ming sensed that all the essence of this spiritual plant began to condense and merge with the colorful divine light, and one after another, fairy flowers of various colors grew on the trunk. As the flowers bloomed continuously, more and more golden and red blossoms appeared, beginning to devour the other colored fairy flowers. In the end, the entire five-pointed ancient maple tree disappeared on the top of Tianping Mountain, leaving only a golden-red fusion, resembling a two-colored spiral fairy flower. This color is not quite the same as what Shi Qing originally described. According to her, if one were to use the flower bloom's instantly skill, a nine-colored fairy flower would appear. However, this is because the opportunities to use this forbidden technique within the Huakeyuan lineage are extremely rare, resulting in insufficient sample size. The immortal flower that bloomed and Master Chengxuan condensed the fire spirit tree was fiery red. Therefore, according to Yuangsu's research, the color of the immortal flower that condenses in the instant the flower blooms should be related to the attributes of the spiritual plant. As Chen Mobai looked at the golden-red fairy flower formed by the five-pointed ancient maple, he felt the already perfected innate pure yang energy within his body begin to pulsate, and he was greatly surprised. This situation indicates that the fairy flower is very compatible with his pure yang scroll, which is why it can attract pure yang energy. Of course, it's also possible that the five-cornered ancient maple was condensed by him using forbidden techniques at the fifth-order level. After all, there has never been an example of using a fifth-order spiritual plant as a raw material in the history of the immortal sect, or even the Flower Blossom Academy. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai stretched out his hands and solemnly picked the golden-red fairy flower. "Congratulations, Master." Zhuo Ming, who was standing to the side, also sensed the extraordinary nature of this fairy flower. It seemed to contain some kind of profound Tao, suppressing the earth's veins within a radius of thousands of miles. With her all-knowing perception, she discovered that this was the range of spiritual veins that the five-cornered ancient maple had previously guided and guided. At that moment, the apricot-yellow earth mother seal between Zhu Ming's eyebrows began to dim, seemingly because it had touched the great Tao of the golden-red immortal flower, and even his head began to feel dizzy. Disconnect the connection between the spiritual connection of all things. As Chen Mobai spoke, he placed the golden-red fairy flower into his own domain. After being isolated, Zhuo Ming regained her senses, and the Earth Mother seal between her brows began to reappear. Not long after, Qing Nu, who had received a telepathic message from Chen Mobai, also flew up with Xiao Huanglong Nu. Chen Mobai filmed the entire process of the five-pointed ancient maple's advancement. Qing Nu watched it with great interest and even personally appraised the immortal flower, confirming that it was no less than the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill. In fact, for Chen Mobai, it was even better because of the perfect match in attributes. "Minger, you and your master's wife should leave together. I will be going into seclusion here for a long time." After hearing Qing Nu recount the reactions of the outside world during the heavenly tribulation and azure lightning, Chen Mobai decided to make Tianping Mountain his place for secluded cultivation, to transform into a nascent soul cultivator. After King Nu and Zhuoming left, he took one last look at the eastern wilderness, clicked on the tortoise treasure, and returned to the immortal sect. Chapter 1083 Pure Yang Path. Chapter 1083 Pure Yang Path. Chicheng Mountain, Principal's Office. After emerging from seclusion, Chen Mobai listened to Zhuang Jialan's report and learned about the various events that had occurred within the immortal sect over the years. First and foremost, we must consider the situation of Chengshuan and the other two from Wufeng Immortal Mountain, who were attempting to reach the nascent soul stage. The spiritual energy in the area where the Principal and Master Yunhai are located has stabilized. According to Master Meihua's observation, this is a sign that their primordial spirit has successfully transformed, and they are beginning to consolidate their realm. Hearing this, Chen Mobai was also very happy. If Venerable Chengshuan successfully transforms into a deity, it will be a great joy for their Wuki Dao Academy. Once he formally transforms into a deity, the dance weapon lineage will undoubtedly be the most prestigious university among the immortal sects. Where is Yuangsu? But soon, Chen Mobai realized that Yuangsu Shangren, who was also very confident in the three of them breaking through to the nascent soul stage, was not mentioned in Zhuang Jialan's report. Around the new year, the spiritual energy at the place where Master Yuangsu was in seclusion suddenly surged and became chaotic. After that, according to Yun Yongbing, the Tianmu Dilu administration stopped providing sixth-order spiritual energy, so it is estimated that the attempt failed. Zhuang Jialan told him what she knew. Even though she was Chen Mobai's secretary, the higher-ups in the immortal sects would definitely keep the matter of nascent soul stage, especially the failures, very secret, and it would be difficult to find out. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai frowned. He took out his phone and called Wenren Zuwei. As one of the three main hall masters of the immortal sect, she should be aware of the situation at Five Peaks Immortal Mountain. "Hello." Wenren Zhu saw that it was Chen Mobai calling and answered immediately. "I'm going to Wanggu Cave." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mobai remembered that he still had the heavenly tribulation essence to give to the azure frost sword in his realm. He said something to Zhuang Jialan, and then turned into a silver light and disappeared from the spot. It is true that Venerable Yuangsu failed to reach the nascent soul stage, but I am not entirely sure what exactly happened. All I know is that on the day Venerable Yuangsu failed to break through, Ancestor Yuhang personally intervened to suppress him and save him from the brink of demonic possession. Wenren Zuwei shared what she knew. Although she was the master of the righteous law hall, she was from the Jumeng lineage, so it was not appropriate for her to inquire too much. Okay, I understand. Chen Mobai nodded, planning to finish his tea and then go to Jixian Peak to ask Qi Yuhang in person. Just then, Pei Qingshuang walked in and respectfully handed the Qingshuang sword to Chen Mobai. Before she arrived, Chen Mobai had already sent her a text message saying that he was in seclusion and had made great progress in swordsmanship, including the Azure Sky sword in 10. He wanted to use the Azure Frost sword to evolve it and see if he could improve the sword's grade. Thank you for your hard work, true lord. Seeing the Azure Frost sword tremble with joy after falling into Chen Mobai's hands, Pei Qingshuang felt a little heartbroken, but still hoped that her sword could evolve and improve with this opportunity. It was just a small favor. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, put the Azure Frost sword into his domain, and let it devour the essence of the heavenly tribulation Azure lightning. Then he put down his teacup, turned into a silver light, and disappeared from his seat. Jixian Peak. As soon as Chen Mobai landed, Qi Yuhang appeared in front of him. What brings you here today? As Qi Yuhang spoke, a stone table and benches were placed between the two of them. Chen Mobai sat down without ceremony and then explained the purpose of his visit. Yes, Yungsu failed to transform into a god, but Chengshuan and Yunhai both succeeded. Qi Yuhang told Chen Mobai the conclusion directly, with a slight look of regret on his face. In his view, Yungsu should not have failed. How is he now? Chen Mobai inquired about Yuan Su's situation. Although those in the immortal sect who could cultivate to the nascent soul realm were all people with firm wills, Yuan Su had wasted his only chance to break through to the divine transformation realm, and he was somewhat worried that Yuan Su would not be able to accept it. Fortunately, he refined a batch of restorative pills himself and is making up for the loss of his essence in this failed breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. The main reason I came here this time is that my pure Yang scroll has reached its peak, and I'm planning to take that step. Although Chen Mobai had previously cultivated a second primordial spirit, his public performance was based on the aid of the divine song at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage during the tribulation of death. Therefore, if he wanted to truly transform into a god, he would definitely need a period of time to consolidate and refine his skills. You reach perfection of your innate pure Yang energy so quickly. Even so, Qi Yuhang was still very surprised. How many years has it been? I have the help of my second primordial spirit, plus the innate fire elemental core left to me by the white light ancestor. Chen Mobai said the excuse he had prepared long ago. Although I trust you completely, Yungsu failed after all, so I still wish you all the best and hope you can succeed. Qi Yuhang nodded and offered his heartfelt blessings. Thank you. Chen Mobai was also deeply moved. After Kaingsing and Baiguang left the stage, they had unknowingly become the new twin saints of the immortal sect, and their friendship had grown even stronger. Before leaving, Chen Mobai also visited Quangxian Peak. Under his heavenly blessing and earthly spiritual protection, the sixth-order spiritual energy flowed steadily and continuously into the place where Chengshuan and Yunhai were in seclusion, and was refined by the two enormous and vast primordial spirit avatars. In Chen Mobai's perception, he saw a bright bronze mirror surrounded by flames, and a vast sea of clouds that seemed to encompass the universe. Having acquired resources and proven their own Tao within the divine song, both of them easily transformed their nascent souls into their own unique primordial spirit dharma forms. Without disturbing the two who were in seclusion consolidating their cultivation, Chen Mobai arrived at Yuan Su's house. He could sense that Yuan Su was not cultivating. However, no one came out. The gate was tightly closed. Chen Mobai took out his phone and sent a text message to Yuan Su. A moment later, a flash of silver light appeared, and Yuan Su teleported in front of him. Compared to Yuan Su, who was still clean and tidy overall, though somewhat unkempt, he was now extremely slovenly. However, what shocked Chen Mobai was that thick black hair had actually grown on Yuan Su's bald head. "Greetings, true lord." Yuan Su instinctively bowed when he saw Chen Mobai. At this moment, he also saw Chen Mobai looking at the top of his head in surprise. He couldn't help but remember something and hurriedly reached out to cover it up. "I heard you failed to reach the nascent soul stage, so I thought I'd come and comfort you. Let's go inside and talk." Chen Mobai was puzzled, but he remained outwardly calm. As they were talking, Yuan Su led him into the house. The room was very simple, with only a futon and a large table covered with all sorts of papers with writing on them, and many papers were scattered on the floor as well. Chen Mobai glanced at them and found that they were all deductions about the path to nascent soul. "I'm so sorry you had to see this." Yuan Su made a chair out of mud and had Chen Mobai sit down. Then he poured a glass of water and handed it to him, looking worried. "At what juncture did it fail?" Chen Mobai couldn't help but ask, because he knew that among the three who had reached the nascent soul stage, many people favored Yuan Su and believed that he was the most likely to succeed. "If it were true Lord Yuheng, I definitely wouldn't say it. But with you, I think it's worth mentioning, especially since you've already been exposed." Yuan Su sighed and began to explain why he had failed to reach the nascent soul stage. He pointed to the top of his head. "When I was transforming from a nascent soul into a primordial spirit, I was suddenly pulled into the deepest demonic thoughts of the earthly star, where I saw a giant millstone that was constantly spinning." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai was shocked. The great millstone of destruction. Yuan Su actually saw it too. At this moment, Yuan Su's thick black hair suddenly turned into wisps of smoke and disappeared, revealing his original bald head again. Seeing this, Chen Mobai was even more surprised, because he was certain that Yuan Su's hair had really existed, but now it had disappeared. Didn't this mean that his divine sense at the nascent soul stage had been deceived? One side of that large millstone lit up, transforming into a mirage dragon that merged into my purple mansion sea of consciousness. I also obtained a method called the primordial mirage heavenly demon. When cultivated to its peak, it allows one to master the great Tao of illusion. Because of this accident, my transforming primordial spirit stalled, ultimately leading to my failure to break through. I dare not tell true monarch Yuheng about this, if only my master were still here. My hair was created out of curiosity after I tried out the techniques of the primordial demon, and it turned out to be real. Yuan Su sighed. Because he had worked with Chen Mobai on many things and knew him well, and because keeping this matter on his mind could cause him to suffer a chi deviation again, he decided to tell the truth. The great Tao of illusion, the primordial demon. After listening, Chen Mobai couldn't help but mutter to himself. Kaingsing once told him that the illusory path was the direction he had been striving for, but he ultimately failed. So, is the illusory path of star-pulling cultivation also derived from the great millstone of annihilation? Upon realizing this, Chen Mobai immediately asked Yuan Su if Kaingsing had taught him any special techniques beforehand, and whether this was why Yuan Su was pulled into the demonic thoughts at the core of the Earth Star when he was transforming into a deity. "There are many, but they shouldn't have anything to do with master, right?" Yuan Su, however, felt that Kaingsing would not harm him and would not teach him demonic techniques. "It's not that I'll harm you. In the current situation on Earth Origin Star, as long as you can reach the nascent soul stage, regardless of whether it's the righteous path or the demonic path, it's a good method." Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that this was also the common thinking among the upper echelons of the immortal sects. After all, once they reached the nascent soul realm, almost everyone would cultivate a forbidden technique. As long as it didn't harm heaven and reason, forbidden techniques were also considered the righteous path. However, it would be best to investigate the situation to prevent Yuangsu from encountering such an unexpected situation again when he attempts to break through to the nascent soul stage. "Then I'll tell you, and you can judge for yourself." Yuan Su immediately nodded and taught Chen Mobai everything he believed to be related to the great Tao of illusion. "Have you practiced demonic arts?" After listening, Chen Mobai pointed to Yuan Su's bald head. Just now, he used demonic arts to make the false real and the illusory real, which clearly shows that he has already achieved some mastery in this field. As you know, as a researcher, I am very curious. However, I have only studied the methods mentioned above and have not yet formally practiced them. Yuan Su spoke frankly, but since he had begun his research, if he still couldn't achieve the nascent soul stage by the end of his lifespan, he would probably end up like Lin Daoming, stepping into the demonic path. Chen Mobai didn't say much, and continued to ask about the methods of the Yuan Shen heavenly demon. To cultivate this, one needs to use the power of divine consciousness to construct an illusory world in one's mind, and then gradually transform it into reality. When one merges with the Tao, the illusory world becomes real. If one can go further, it is equivalent to the creation of the world. Yuan Su has just started to create a virtual world where he has a thick head of black hair, and then uses the methods of the Yuan Shen heavenly demon to make the illusion real. This subtle attempt to blur the lines between reality and illusion was a resounding success. That is why, with Chen Mobai's discerning eye, he believed it to be true. It seems you have great talent in the illusory path, which is why the great millstone of annihilation pulled you into the demonic realm and taught you the Yuan Shen heavenly demon technique. After listening, Chen Mobai roughly understood the reason. He was mistakenly identified as a born demonic seed by the great millstone of annihilation because of his excessive killings, and was taught the ninth order primordial method, the leader of the 3,000 heavenly demons. He was lucky, as he encountered the Tao at the time when his spiritual root in the immortal land was awakened, while Yuan-Su was less fortunate, as he encountered the critical moment of transforming into a deity. "Can I practice?" Yuan-Su asked with an expectant look on his face. Although he failed to reach the nascent soul stage this time, Yuan-Su knew that the illusory Tao was more suitable for him. At his age, if he were to switch cultivation now, he could use the Yuan Shen Tian Mo technique to attempt to reach the nascent soul stage before his lifespan runs out. However, this is a demonic art after all. Without the approval of a top-tier nascent soul cultivator from an immortal sect, he would only dare to study it secretly, and would not dare to formally begin learning it. I'll discuss this matter with true Lord Yuheng. Chen Mobai didn't care. He had always been a pragmatist. But after all, he wasn't the only one in charge of the immortal sect, and Qi Yuheng definitely needed to know about the demonic thoughts related to the planet's core. Afterwards, the two went a Jixian peak together. After hearing about this, Qi Yuheng frowned and looked at Yuan-Su, who was bowing his head. "You failed to reach the nascent soul stage, and there's such a hidden story behind it. Please forgive me, true Lord. I was somewhat confused before, so I didn't dare to tell you about this right away." Yuan-Su immediately admitted his mistake. "Chunyang, what do you think?" After learning the details, Qi Yuheng was also unsure and asked Chen Mobai for advice. Because through Yuan-Su's own account, he also knew that the star-piercing ancestor was very likely to have cultivated the Yuan Shen heavenly demon technique. If that's really the case, then it's easier to imagine why Yuan-Su was chosen by Kaienxing and taken as a disciple. It's probably because they wanted him to inherit the mantle of the illusory Tao. In that case, it would be difficult for either of them to stop it. I think that as long as Yuan-Su guarantees that he will not use demonic methods to harm the immortal sect, it can be treated as a forbidden technique. Chen Mobai had received a lot of kindness from Kaienxing, and thought that if he denied Yuan-Su at this time, it would be equivalent to denying Kaienxing. So he nodded and added, "Moreover, the immortal sect is about to face the most terrible war of opening up. Anything that can increase our strength can be used in the face of life and death. Then let's do it this way. Although it will create an extra line, Yuan-Su, you should swear an oath about this." Qi Yuheng nodded in agreement, then spoke to Yuan-Su, who was waiting for the outcome of their conversation. Yuan-Su immediately breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to swear an oath. "By the way, Chunyang, if you're going to reach the nascent soul stage, do you have any fourth-tier spiritual plants prepared?" When saying goodbye, Qi Yuheng suddenly remembered this matter and asked about it. Now, for cultivators aiming to reach the nascent soul stage, the ability to bloom instantly has become a standard resource. I'm sure I'll succeed anyway, so I won't waste a fourth-tier spiritual plant. Maybe future generations will have another chance to succeed in the nascent soul stage because of this. Chen Mobai calmly said something that fit his persona. Qi Yuheng hesitated, wanting to persuade him, but then said that if the probability was less than 100%, there was a possibility of failure, and the more certain the chance, the greater the chance of success. But when he thought of Chen Mobai's past, he could only sigh and swallow his words. Whatever. Finally, Qi Yuheng said this in a sullen voice and returned to his main hall. Yuan Su, standing to the side, watched Chen Mobai disappear in a flash of silver light with admiration. Is this the #1 talent in the entire history of the immortal sect? Even breaking through to the nascent soul stage doesn't require any resources. The dance academy is really lucky. While Yuan Su was filled with envy, Chen Mobai had already teleported to his home in Wanggu Cave. He had a meal with his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, and told her that he was going into seclusion to formally attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. Dad, you'll definitely succeed. Chen Ziohe was more confident than Chen Mobai about this. Haha, then I'll take your good wishes. After dinner, the father and daughter sat in the courtyard, and Chen Mobai listened to his daughter talk about the trivial things she had experienced over the years. Her life was very simple and monotonous. Every day she would go to the office to clock in, then spend the whole day online and clock in again after work. Because the fourth-tier spiritual plants she was in charge of converting into nascent soul resources might not receive any applications for several years, she had a very leisurely job. For her, the busiest time of the day is actually after get-off work. In the past, at this time, it was always Xuanjian who guided her in sword cultivation. As the father and daughter were talking, Chen Ziohe released the finger-profound sword from the realm. Over the years, it had become a good friend of Chen Ziohe. The next morning, after the father and daughter finished breakfast, they said goodbye to each other. Chen Ziohe went to work, while Chen Mobai returned to Chicheng Mountain. This was the place he had chosen for nascent soul transformation a long time ago. After receiving his notification, the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau had already begun sending sixth-order spiritual energy there. Previously, the immortal sects could not do this. However, after the tribulation of death, the Cloud Sea Immortal reorganized the celestial and terrestrial networks, and considering that Chen Mobai, as the third saint of the immortal sects, should enjoy sixth-order spiritual energy, specially added this function. Previously, Chengshuan and the other two were all breaking through to the nascent soul realm at Five Peaks Immortal Mountain, so most of the sixth-order spiritual energy was transferred there. Now that Yuangsu has failed to break through, the portion of sixth-order spiritual energy that he has freed up can be transferred to Chicheng Mountain through the Great Formation. True Lord, may you attain enlightenment. After watching Chen Ziohe leave, Chen Mobai was about to leave when Yu Huiping suddenly spoke up. Time has left its mark on her. Chen Mobai sensed that her lifespan was less than 10 years, and she had already prepared her own grave in Yumu City. However, Yu Huiping's life can be considered without regrets. Her only wish was to see Bai Guangwan last time before she died. But even though she couldn't see the white light, seeing Chen Ziohe, her master's daughter, every day was enough to make her content. If one could see their master Chen Mobai ascend to godhood before dying, then one could leave with a smile. Thank you. Chen Mobai nodded to Yu Huiping, then transformed into a streak of silver light and disappeared from the spot. After returning to Chicheng Mountain, he did not tell his relatives and friends about his impending transformation into a god, planning to announce the good news after successfully emerging from seclusion. We still need to trouble you two at the school. In the principal's office, after handing over the matter to Zhuang Jialan and Deng Dayan, Chen Mobai continued to announce his seclusion. Within the Jade Flat Minor realm, Chen Mobai sat down in front of the alchemy cauldron and jade tree, and took out the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill and the golden red immortal flower. Compared to the resources prepared when I was in the nascent soul stage, I only have two things for this breakthrough to the deity stage, which is indeed rather meager. But Chen Mobai is no longer the same person he used to be. He is now a true genius. Moreover, the pure Yang scroll technique is of great help in breaking through cultivation realms. After reviewing all the information about the nascent soul stage again, Chen Mobai took a deep breath and poured out the saintly true spirit pill. The method of consuming and refining this pill is different from others. It is not taken orally by the human body. A golden red light appeared above Chen Mobai's head, and his nascent soul, which was as solid as a tangible object, had already left his body. The true spirit pill of the saintly realm immediately flew out from his palm and landed in front of the nascent soul. The nascent soul opened its mouth wide and swallowed the golden pill. A surge of powerful essence, which even caused Chen Mobai's expression to change slightly, began to erupt from the pill and combine with the nascent soul. Fortunately, these essences were neutralized by the essence of various herbs during the refining process, making them easy for the nascent soul to refine and absorb. Chen Mobai sensed that the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill had only released about 1% of its medicinal effect so far. This was the limit set by the pill to prevent cultivators from having their nascent souls disintegrate due to the powerful medicinal effect after taking it. However, once the medicinal effects have been released to more than 20%, cultivators can control the release of the pill's effects themselves. Because by that time, it would be basically certain whether the transformation into a divine being had been successful. If you feel you can succeed, then you can release the power of the pill quickly in one go to help the nascent soul transform into a primordial spirit. However, if even the first 20% of absorption and refining is extremely difficult, then the chances of failure are much greater. If we stop at this step, the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan can even be retrieved and sealed again, but in that case, only half of its medicinal effects will remain. However, in the heavenly river realm, almost no nascent soul cultivators would stop at this stage. They would use up all the medicinal effects of the pill, even if it meant death. Chen Mobai recalled what Xuan had said about the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan. While slowly refining the medicinal effects with his nascent soul, he also picked up the golden red immortal flower. After this immortal flower appeared in the realm, he felt that his innate pure yang energy was more active than before, and even the alchemical jade tree behind him was radiating a brighter jade light. This led Chen Mobai to speculate that this immortal flower might allow him to comprehend the Nirvana Tao, which he had always been unable to grasp. After all, the scene of the five-cornered ancient maple abandoning most of its body and retaining only a core section to await rebirth was very much in line with Chen Mobai's vision of the Nirvana path. Whether it will work or not remains to be seen until it is tested. With that in mind, Chen Mobai no longer hesitated and offered up the pure Yang Pearl. The method of using the immortal flower is different from that of the true spirit pill. It needs to be placed on the cultivator's head and then dispersed with true qi, gradually integrating into the cultivator's whole body, starting from the physical body, then the true qi, and finally the nascent soul, step by step advancing to the fifth level. The previous failure of Chengshuan was because the immortal flower condensed by the fourth-grade superior fire spirit tree did not contain enough essence and could only complete 1.5 steps. After realizing this, Chengshuan simply used his own natal magic weapon to refine it, and while upgrading the magic weapon, he also upgraded his physical body to the fifth level. Chen Mobai's golden red fairy flower was condensed from a fifth-order five-pointed ancient maple. Although it was discounted because it did not fully advance, it was still incomparable to the fourth-order spiritual plants of the immortal sect. Moreover, Chen Mobai dispersed his second primordial spirit and integrated it into his body. Compared to nascent soul cultivators refining things by hand, those at the deity transformation stage are definitely more refined and perfect. The second primordial spirit held the golden red fairy flower in both hands, circulating the innate pure yang energy that originated from the same source as Chen Mobai, enveloping the fairy flower. Soon, Tiny specks of shimmering light fell from the edges of the petals. As these golden-red, crystalline lights seeped into every part of Chen Mobai's body, the golden-red fairy flower slowly shrank. Chen Mobai closed his eyes, and his nascent soul had returned to his purple mansion sea of consciousness. With the assistance of the two great nascent soul resources, he began to circulate the nascent soul cultivation method of the pure yang scroll. Gradually, he felt his body heat up, as if he were being hit with red-hot iron particles, causing his blood and qi to boil. The efficacy of the golden-red fairy flower was far greater than he had imagined. His innate fire spirit body was surprisingly ineffective under these circumstances. Fortunately, his second primordial spirit was in harmony with him and immediately began to disperse the essence of the immortal flower more slowly. Time passed slowly, and Chen Mobai's physical strength began to increase continuously. He didn't know when, but he suddenly broke through the bottleneck and achieved the 5th rank. But he was completely unaware of this, because he was already immersed in the great Tao of the pure Yang scroll, a great Tao that he had never been able to comprehend before, suddenly opened up to him with the help of the golden-red immortal flower. Pure Yang Avenue. Chapter 1084 Transformation into God. Chapter 1084 Transformation into God. The Pure Yang Scroll technique has 6 major paths, among which Chen Mobai has never been able to enter the Pure Yang path. He hadn't paid much attention to this before, since his goal was the 2 great paths of nirvana and sainthood resulting from the combination of the Pure Yang Scroll and the phoenix facing the sun diagram. So Chen Mobai was quite surprised that he suddenly grasped this great path. He didn't miss this opportunity either, merging his consciousness into the great Tao and taking advantage of the breakthrough to experience the pure Yang Great Tao. Gradually, Chen Mobai began to understand the true meaning of this great path. It represents the power of a single certificate to be eternally valid. Anyone or anything imbued with the pure Yang Tao can maintain their peak condition at all times and will not be regressed by curses from other evil techniques or magical artifacts. For example, pills have a shelf life. Even the highest grade pills will gradually lose their medicinal effects over time. However, if they are imbued with the power of the pure Yang Tao, then the pills can remain in their strongest state ever since they were made. The same applies to ritual implements, talismans, and even the human body. This reminded Chen Mobai of the everlasting spring skill. After mastering this divine transformation technique, one could remain young and at the peak of one's lifespan until the day one's lifespan was exhausted. The same applies to the pure Yang Tao. As long as the power of the Tao remains, he can keep himself forever young and remain at his strongest moment. And this is precisely the highest level of the art of lighting lamps. Its body is like crystal, eternally brilliant. However, this is only the initial application of the pure Yang Tao. The greatest strength of this Tao lies in its combination with the pure Yin Tao, sublimating into the innate Yin-Yang Tao. Because everything in the world has a yin and yang aspect, even a single proof of eternal proof also has a yin and yang aspect. The unwavering nature of the pure Yang Tao can only be applied to objects with yang attributes. Only when yin and yang are in harmony can all things in the world be eternally proven. The instant Chen Mobai comprehended the pure Yang Tao, the Dan Ding jade tree behind him suddenly burst forth with brilliant 5-colored light, and a phantom bluebird flew out, circling continuously above his head. Upon seeing this scene, the second primordial spirit had a flash of enlightenment in its eyes. It reached out to the bluebird, which immediately landed on the golden-red fairy flower. Then, it spread its feathers, transmitting many of the essences of the pure Yang scroll to Chen Mobai's main body through the dispersal of the fairy flower. Chen Mobai, who was comprehending the pure Yang Tao, suddenly felt a surge of excitement in his mind, and a surge of inexplicable knowledge welled up from his heart. The pure Yang scroll, which originally could only be cultivated up to the nascent soul stage, now includes chapters on void refinement, and even content on Tao integration and the 6 great Taos. This was left by the founder of the Dan Ding school within his own Tao fruit. Disciples who cultivate the pure yang scroll to the nascent soul realm can obtain a portion of it, such as the former Yuan Yang ancestor. However, if one wishes to obtain chapters related to harmony with the Tao, only disciples with the same foundation as the alchemist Taoist, who cultivate the pure yang scroll and the phoenix facing the sun diagram, can do so. Only then can one be considered a true successor of the Dan Ding school, and receive the true meaning of the great Tao that the Dan Ding Taoist heard from the Zai Zio palace. Under the guidance of the bluebird that flew out from the jade tree in the elixir cauldron, Chen Mobai's understanding of the pure Yang Tao became increasingly profound. As he used the 5 tones of the pentatonic scale to gradually digest and internalize this knowledge, he even gained a slight understanding of the principles of yin and yang. Suddenly his vision blurred, and he found himself in a grand hall. Looking up, he saw a Taoist priest in purple robes with jet-black hair, whose face he could not make out. The Taoist priest sat upright on a blue lotus, chanting the will of heaven and expounding the great Tao. Chen Mobai was sitting in the 3rd row against the wall. As he looked on in surprise, the purple-robed Taoist suddenly turned his head and looked over. Those deep, unfathomable eyes made Chen Mobai involuntarily lower his head. Chen Mobai saw himself sitting on a yellow futon, wearing a white Taoist robe, and a guess formed in his mind. Why are you daydreaming? Today, the teacher is going to explain the innate yin-yang Tao. It's a rare opportunity, don't miss it. Just then, Chen Mobai heard a faint sound. He recognized it as coming from the person sitting in front of him and looked up slightly. He saw a female cultivator wearing a blue Taoist robe with a tall and straight back. Chen Mobai didn't recognize her, so he could only give a vague before lowering his head and listening attentively to the lesson. However, the Taoist's explanation of the primordial yin-yang Tao was too profound, and since he had joined the class halfway through, he was completely confused and could only forcibly memorize some fragments, thinking that he would slowly comprehend it when he had the opportunity in the future. Time passed slowly, the Taoist preached, and everyone was immersed in it, seemingly trying to comprehend the true meaning of the primordial yin-yang Tao. Even Chen Mobai, after listening to most of it, relied on the 5 tones of the musical scale to gain some understanding of it. Finally, the Taoist priest stopped. Inside the main hall, the 7 people sitting in front of the Taoist priest on the 1st row of prayer mats suddenly emitted various powerful Dharma images. Some use a brilliant galaxy as a chessboard to depict a great calamity for all living beings. Some had a pagoda of profound yellow and black on their heads and a 3-foot green sword in their hands, deep in thought. Some carried a black and white book, and with each breath was the cycle of life and death, the end of all things. Some even manifest their true forms directly, such as a strange dragon with 9 claws and 9 heads, or a large bird surrounded by colorful light. However, what Chen Mobai found most strange was a female cultivator in blue robes sitting on a tortoise. He felt that the tortoise looked somewhat familiar. Teacher, how can one attain eternity and transcend the sea of suffering? At this moment, the blue-robed female cultivator was the first to open her eyes and ask the purple-robed Taoist a question. Chen Mobai noticed that everyone in the main hall had expectant looks on their faces, so he immediately perked up his ears as well. The realm of eternity cannot be attained in this world. One must reach the other shore to achieve it. As soon as the purple-robed Taoist finished speaking, another young man in black robes and white hair continued to ask, "Teacher, how can one reach the other shore?" The purple-robed Taoist said, "Once you attain eternity, you will be able to reach the other shore." Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but gape in shock. He thought to himself that if this Taoist were teaching in a celestial sect, he would probably have been reported by parents long ago. However, the Xuanmen cultivators in the main hall seemed to be used to this. The silver-haired Taoist priest, sitting in the first seat on the left in the 1st row, then stood up and asked his 3rd question. "Teacher, how can one cultivate the power to ascend to the other shore?" The purple-robed Taoist said, "I have obtained the power of creation." The second young man in gray put down his 3-foot-long sword and asked, "How can one obtain the power of creation?" Purple-robed Taoist, Control the 3,000 great Taos. Then how can one master the 3,000 great Taos? The nine-headed dragon opened its 9 mouths simultaneously, its voice booming like thunder in the hall, making even those with weaker cultivation levels feel dizzy. Do I need to teach you this? Just practice them one by one. Get out of class dismissed. The purple-robed Taoist finally lost his patience. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared on the green lotus. Chen Mobai had already realized that this must be inside the Zixao Palace. Among the Tao fruits left behind by the Dan Ding Taoist, he clearly considered this to be the most important knowledge, so he kept it until he met Chen Mobai and then passed it on to him. However, since the Dan Ding Taoist himself was only at the peak of the refining void realm, he could only leave behind images of this course on the 9th order of creation, allowing future disciples to study and comprehend it themselves. Upon learning this, Chen Mobai couldn't help but give a wry smile. He couldn't even be considered a nascent soul cultivator, so naturally he couldn't possibly comprehend anything about eternity, the other shore, or creation. Junior brother, what should we eat after class? Just as Chen Mobai was wondering what he could do in the illusion left by the pill cauldron Taoist, a familiar voice came from ahead again. Chen Mobai looked up, about to see who was sitting in front of him, when suddenly the surroundings turned into wisps of mist. The main hall, the blue lotus, the futons, and the Zixao cultivators gradually turned into smoke and dissipated. At the last moment, Chen Mobai saw the person in front of him stand up and turn around. She was tall with long legs and fair skin, but unfortunately her features had turned into mist. However, she must have been a great beauty. You can tell just by looking at her figure. Chen Mobai opened his mouth as if to say something, but found himself back in front of the alchemical cauldron and jade tree. The golden-red fairy flower above its head had already consumed more than half of its bloom, leaving only a single bud. The bluebird that had been perched on it had also become illusory, before turning into a wisp of green smoke and merging back into the jade tree in the cauldron. Chen Mobai continued to close his eyes and look inward. He felt that his nascent soul had undergone earth-shattering changes. Under the influence of the golden-red immortal flower and the Tong Sheng True Spirit pill, it began to merge with the Phoenix Phantom, transformed from the Danfeng Kang diagram in his purple mansion sea of consciousness. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt his nascent soul floating lightly, as if it were about to detach from the mortal world and transcend the world. He did not stop it. The pure Yang scroll true meaning transmitted by the bluebird from the Dan Ding Jade tree had been completely comprehended and integrated by him at this moment. The transformation that originally required several years to complete began to be greatly shortened. His nascent soul, which was combined with the Phoenix Phantom, began to transform into a bluebird. The moment the bluebird was fully formed, it meant that he had refined the true meaning of the alchemist, and his nascent soul had transformed into a primordial spirit, thus achieving the Tao of divine transformation. For Chen Mobai, the purpose of his seclusion this time had been easily achieved. In the progress bar of the crown of all beings, he discovered that as long as he refined the golden-red immortal flower in half a pill of the true spirit pill of the saint, he would be able to overcome the bottleneck. After his most pressing concern was resolved, Chen Mobai began to recall the scene he had just witnessed. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, the Purple Cloud Taoist Master imparted the primordial yin-yang Great Tao. Afterwards, the disciples asked how they could obtain creation and attain eternity. The final answer was the same as what Chen Mobai had known all along: the 9th level of the demonic path, the primordial realm. Master the 3,000 great Taos. However, in this universe, many great paths have already been occupied by powerful beings. In the Purple Cloud Palace alone, the 7 people in the front row are at least Tao integration experts, and some may even be pure Yang. So how can one master the 3,000 great Taos under such circumstances? We can't just destroy the world first and then create something new, like the Demon Lord did. How did the Purple Cloud Taoist Master manage to do that? Just as Chen Mobai was wondering, the last bud of the golden-red fairy flower above his head was also crushed into powder by the second primordial spirit, turning into streams of golden red light that fell into all parts of Chen Mobai's body. And this is precisely the essence. It was the section of the five-pointed ancient maple that was originally intended to be kept for seed. If Chen Mobai's physical body hadn't already reached the fifth level, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand refining this part. Now, however, he effortlessly sent his nascent soul flying out, transforming it into a bluebird that was already taking shape, and swallowed the scattered golden and red light. Gradually, the bluebird's dharma form became more solid, but there was always a limit that prevented it from truly spreading its wings and soaring high into the sky. Chen Mobai knew that this was because his accumulated power was not yet sufficient. In general, when encountering this situation, the best course of action is to diligently refine spiritual energy, enhance the origin of the nascent soul, and accumulate the last bit of strength to break through the bottleneck and transform into a primordial spirit. Based on the scale of sixth-order spiritual energy within the Jade Flat Small World, it would take Chen Mobai approximately 3 years to transform his nascent soul into a primordial spirit. But Chen Mobai hadn't forgotten that he had also taken a Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, and at that moment, he had already passed the 20% threshold. He always felt that using the pill on himself was not a waste, so he immediately activated its effects. Suddenly, a golden light emanated from the azure bird Dharma image, and a surge of essence, which even he felt was vast, burst forth and merged into the Dharma image. Soon after, Chen Mobai felt that his nascent soul had crossed that boundary. "Come on!" A phoenix cry echoed within the Jade Plain small realm. The fully formed bluebird spread its long feathers and began to continuously absorb and refine the sixth-order spiritual energy around it. At this moment, Chen Mobai felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth, and with a thought, all the spiritual energy in the small world fell into his control. This is the power of a nascent soul cultivator, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to empower oneself. The bluebird that Chen Mobai's primordial spirit transformed into had already flown around the entire Jade Flat Small World in the blink of an eye, and he felt that it was too small. With a thought, the portal to this small world opened. At the deepest part of the Wanbao cave, the Shaoyang True Man, who was guarding the fifth-order vermilion fruit tree, suddenly felt a powerful pressure descend upon him, causing him to tremble with fear. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and use his secret technique to notify the principal, he suddenly saw a bluebird flying out of the void. In an instant, he thought of the long-standing legend of the Dance Weapon Academy. In the past, in the deep universe, their lineage was called the Dan Ding School. Their founder created the three blue bird Dharma image using the pure Yang scroll, which traversed the universe. Principal, you've become a god. After thinking about this, Qin Baiken suddenly relaxed completely, enjoying the powerful pressure given to him by the azure bird Dharma image. He involuntarily fell onto the black ground, his face full of longing. This is the highest level of the pure Yang scroll. Although he gave up halfway through, he was still genuinely proud to see someone in the academy achieve such a level of attainment during his lifetime. At this moment, Chen Mobai also noticed Qin Baiken. He was not very familiar with the form of the azure bird Dharma image, so he simply nodded at him. Then, with a flap of its wings, it swept up the endless magma in the deepest part of Wanbao Cave and soared into the sky. "Come on!" At this moment, all the teachers and students of the Dance Weapon Academy on Chicheng Mountain heard the sound of a phoenix. Everyone was puzzled, even though it was the first time they had heard such a strange sound. They were certain that it was the phoenix singing. Knowing that Chen Mobai was attempting to break through to the nascent soul realm, Zhuang Jialan and the others probably realized something and couldn't help but look excited. At this moment, a bluebird flew out of the treasure cave, carrying auspicious energy, and flew towards the starry sky. 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain, Jixian Peak. Qi Yuheng, who had just gone into seclusion, opened his eyes, his face filled with shock. As a nascent soul cultivator, he naturally sensed that a new nascent soul energy had suddenly appeared in the earthly star. Although he already had a guess in his heart, and the attributes of this nascent soul Qi matched those of Chen Mobai, How long had it been? He just said he was going into seclusion to try and break through to the nascent soul stage. And now, in less than half a year, he's already succeeded. Cheng Xuanyunhai has been in this state for almost 4 years, but he is still consolidating his cultivation level. Although Qi Yuheng knew that with Chen Mobai's talent, he couldn't stop him from reaching the nascent soul stage, the speed of his progress was still hard for him to accept. At this moment, he also sensed that the aura of the Narcissus in the sea suddenly burst forth from its silence, clearly sensing this rampant and unrestrained new divine aura. Qi Yuheng immediately transformed into a streak of silver light and disappeared from the main hall. After flying out of the new celestial network, Chen Mobai, who was preparing to soar freely in the universe, suddenly sensed 2 familiar auras landing beside him. He immediately stopped and bowed to Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian, who were flashing before his eyes. But when he bowed, Chen Mobai felt very strange. He immediately realized that he was still in the form of the bluebird Dharma image. Sorry. Chen Mobai's voice rang out from the mouth of the azure bird Dharma image, and then, in a burst of firelight, it transformed into his appearance. This Dharma form is the manifestation of the spirit, and the primordial spirit itself is the transformation of Chen Mobai's nascent soul, so it can naturally transform into human form. You broke through too quickly. Even after Qi Yuheng actually saw Chen Mobai's primordial spirit form, he was still somewhat incredulous. Is it fast? Narcissus, on the other hand, looked puzzled. In her opinion, Chen Mobai had been in seclusion for several years, and his success in becoming a nascent soul cultivator was a normal progression. Just 5 months ago, he told me he was going into seclusion to try and break through to the nascent soul stage. Qi Yuheng briefly explained the matter to Shui Xian, who, after listening, widened her eyes and looked Chen Mobai up and down in his primordial spirit form. Tell me quickly, are you the reincarnation of a powerful figure from some deep cosmic temple? Upon hearing Narcissus's words, Chen Mobai recalled the scene in Zixel Palace, and then uttered the reason he had already prepared. Perhaps it's because I'm exceptionally gifted. When I was breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I suddenly received the profound essence of the great Tao left behind by my ancestor, the Pill Cauldron Taoist, within the Pill Cauldron Jade Tree. As a result, the process of transforming into a nascent soul was greatly shortened. After hearing Chen Mobai's explanation, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian both looked enlightened. After all, Taoist Dan Ding was a disciple of Taoist Zai Zio, so it's normal for him to leave behind such a foundation and legacy. Qi Yuheng's Kunpeng lineage also has similar ones, but they are not as good as Dan Ding Yushu. In fact, their most precious foundation is the true spirit of Ling Zun, who has lived for thousands of years. Sai, why didn't the spirit lord leave me any good things before he left? Narcissus said jokingly. Chunyang, now that you have successfully transformed into a deity, we can say that we have a weight on our shoulders. Now we just need to wait for Qingping's outcome and for the war to begin. At this moment, Qi Yuheng also relaxed for once. Currently, the 5 nascent soul cultivators living in the immortal sect are the most powerful lineup outside of the era of the 5 ancestors of the immortal sect. If we still can't repel the enemy, then we'll have no choice but to retreat. I've only reached the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, but I've still stepped into this realm. Moreover, with the blessing of the pure Yang Dao, there's no danger of regressing, so I couldn't help but fly out of my secluded cultivation world to get some fresh air. At this moment, Chen Mobai also spoke up, saying something that shocked both Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian. You've only got a third of it. You have a third primordial spirit. The two did not understand the meaning of Chen Mobai's words. The ancestor of alchemy in the past cultivated the 3 azure birds' Dharma form. Although I have just reached the nascent soul stage, I have received his true essence and inheritance. Even the jade tree of alchemy automatically recognized me as its master and merged into my primordial spirit. So, theoretically, I can also evolve the 3 azure birds' Dharma form. Right now, I only have 1. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Qi Yuheng and Shui Xian looked at each other in bewilderment. How come I remember that in the records left by the spirit venerable, it was said that the three bluebird dharma forms of the alchemy ancestor were born with a powerful primordial spirit, and had the opportunity to hear the song of the true phoenix, which is why they were able to transform into three when they transformed into deities. Chen Mobai really didn't know this, but since he had already said it, he could only express that he wanted to try his best. What if it works out? Hearing this, Qi Yuheng suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. If Chen Mobai truly mastered the three azure birds' dharma form, he would be equivalent to at least three nascent soul cultivators. The prospect of starting this war is becoming increasingly promising. Hurry, hurry, don't delay. Getting some fresh air isn't something that can be done in a short time. Go back and cultivate properly. Narcissus also thought of this, and immediately waved her hand, signaling Chen Mobai not to show off, as improving his cultivation was more important. Haha, you guys figured it out. Chen Mobai couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this point, he no longer needed to hide his personality and began to do as he pleased. In Chicheng Cave, Meng Huenger, who had just finished rehearsing for a concert for the literature and art department, was about to make herself a cup of tea and rest when she suddenly heard a melody that made her soul tremble. Come on! The sound of the phoenix's cry was merely pleasant to the ears of other cultivators. It seemed to cleanse their minds and bring them unprecedented clarity. But to Meng Huenger, who was practicing the profound sound technique, it was heavenly music. As the sounds of phoenix cries reached her ears, her understanding of the profound and wondrous methods of sound began to advance by leaps and bounds. Many things that had puzzled her before gradually became clear to her. But soon the phoenix's cry disappeared, and she withdrew from the state of enlightenment. Meng Huenger immediately rushed to the window and looked in the direction from which the phoenix's cry came. She would remember that place for the rest of her life. Akagi Mountain. It's the Taoist Academy where she graduated. At that moment, a powerful pressure that made her tremble came from the sky above Mount Chicheng. Then, a noble and beautiful bluebird, accompanied by endless auspiciousness and brilliant clouds, flew out from the mountaintop and spread its wings towards the cosmos. In that instant, all the cultivators in Chicheng Cave Heaven, and even half of the immortal sects, heard the sound of the phoenix's cry and saw the bluebird soaring through the 9 heavens and the Milky Way. He has become a god. Meng Huenger immediately knew what this bluebird was. Having witnessed the pinnacle of power in the immortal realm during the tribulation of death, she knew very well that only those at the nascent soul stage could achieve this. Chen Mobai, meanwhile, went into seclusion in the Chicheng Mountains. Thinking of this, she began to tremble all over and couldn't wait to go to the Taoist Academy. At this moment, the azure bird Dharma image had already flown back from the Milky Way, landed on the summit of Mount Chicheng again, and disappeared. In an instant, all the cultivators who had been immobilized by the pressure of the nascent soul stage regained their freedom. At this moment, all the nascent soul cultivators throughout the immortal sect rose and looked towards the direction of the Dance Weapon Academy. It's finally done. The moment they learned that Chen Mobai had successfully transformed into a god, everyone thought it was only natural. Within the Jade Flat Minor realm, after Chen Mobai retrieved the azure bird Dharma image, he entered a state of enlightenment once again. The 5 tones of law, enhanced by his nascent soul stage, allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the great Tao. Even though he hadn't practiced the Tao Law heavenly book much in the immortal sect, it enabled him to more meticulously perceive the laws governing the operation of all things in the world. It's a pity that he only comprehended the pure Yang Tao. But Chen Mobai still felt regret in his heart, because what he most wanted to comprehend was the path to nirvana. Although the pure Yang Tao allows him to attain eternal enlightenment and never regress, his peak state actually depends on his own cultivation level. If he were merely a nascent soul cultivator, he would still die when his lifespan ended. Even if they suffer severe injuries, they may die prematurely. But if there is the path to nirvana, then at least there would be countless lives. At that moment, a bluebird suddenly flew out from the jade tree in the alchemy cauldron. The saying goes, first fate, second luck, third feng shui, fourth accumulating good deeds, fifth studying. Everything is predestined and nothing is up to us. Fate is hard to defy. Fang Xiu, with the help of the Book of Destiny, was able to steal the fates of others and defy destiny. End of this chapter. Chapter 1085, Re-entering the Purple Cloud Palace. Chapter 1085, Re-entering the Purple Cloud Palace. Chen Mobai was quite shocked when he saw the second bluebird. There are still more. The bluebird had led him into the former Zixale Palace, where he saw the transcendent Taoist venerable of this universe, as well as a powerful being who appeared to be pure yang and had attained the Tao. What about this one now? After the bluebird flew out from the jade tree, it circled around Chen Mobai's head a few times, making clear chirps, as if calling out to him or offering him a song. Chen Mobai was filled with unprecedented anticipation, but still cautiously sent out his second primordial spirit to filter it first. The bluebird did not resist, and with its long feathers fluttering, it landed on the pure yang pearl. At the moment the two merged, Chen Mobai felt that the 9 scattered forces within his primordial spirit began to have a central core and gradually merged into one. These are the 9 virtues of the Sage King. Although the system of minor immortal sects was implemented in the eastern wilderness, cultivating saintly virtue is not something that can be achieved simply by having a high level of cultivation. Instead, it requires subtle and pervasive benevolence and authority to gain the heartfelt recognition of all living beings. Despite Chen Mobai's many years in the heavenly river realm and the diligent efforts of his disciple Jiangxing Heng, he has only managed to raise the progress bar of the 9 virtues realm to 78%. I originally thought that I would have to wait until I reached the nascent soul stage before I could truly achieve perfection and condense the holy virtue seed. I never expected that I would have such an opportunity during this nascent soul stage. After the second bluebird merged with him, Chen Mobai's progress in viewing the 9 virtues increased at a visible speed, and soon reached 100% perfection. A soft, clear light shone within the second primordial spirit, and then the yuan-yang sword flew out involuntarily. Golden lines lit up on the blade, and the front of the blade transformed into magnificent mountains and rivers and civilized world, while the back showed slash-and-burn agriculture, farming, sericulture, fishing, and hunting. This is the path of saintly virtue, cultivated by Chen Mobai. The front is the immortal gate, the back is the heavenly river realm, but today they have merged into one within the sword body, transforming into a Tao unique to Chen Mobai. It was at this moment that Chen Mobai realized that saintly virtue could be cultivated in this way. It wasn't that after the azure bird merged with him, it helped him perfect the 9 virtues of the Holy King. Rather, it was the azure bird that guided him to use the holy virtues he cultivated on the immortal sex side to make up for the 22% missing on the heavenly river realm. The Great Way is one, eternal and unchanging. The virtues of the immortal sect are the Tao, and the virtues of the heavenly river realm are also the Tao. However, Chen Mobai had always thought that he was only cultivating saintly virtue in the heavenly river realm, and that even if he practiced it in the immortal sect, it would be repetitive. Therefore, he had never explored the 9 virtues in the immortal sect and never thought that the two could complement each other. Among the 9 virtues of the Holy King, the one with the lowest progress bar on the other side of the heavenly river realm is comparison, which requires him to accept advice and unite the wisdom of the masses. But on the other side of the Milky Way, almost no one dared to point fingers at him. This meant that even though he acted very magnanimously and even took the initiative to offer suggestions to his subordinates, no one dared to do so. But it's different on the immortal sect side. The atmosphere is open, and even nascent soul ancestors are subject to criticism. Chen Mobai is considered the most talented person in the history of the immortal sects, but some people criticize him, feeling that he is not good enough and that he is only good at cultivation. They believe that he still needs to practice more than just cultivation skills. Chen Mobai has steadily climbed to the peak of the immortal sect, progressing step by step from qi refining to nascent soul, earning the approval of those who were initially critical of him. Among these developments, weapon crafting, talismans, and formations have all flourished, leading the discerning members of the immortal sects to believe that he has heeded their advice and begun to make up for his shortcomings. Therefore, on the immortal sect's side, the comparison among the 9 virtues of the Holy King has already reached perfection. However, the ability to merge the holy virtues cultivated in both realms was thanks to the Yuan Yang sword. Within the pure Yang set, the sword is the object that embodies sacred virtue. This top-tier flying sword of the immortal sect was previously owned by ancestor Yuan Yang, who was the most accomplished in terms of saintly virtue throughout the history of the immortal sect. After Chen Mobai acquired it, it gradually gained the saintly virtue he cultivated in the heavenly river realm. Using it as a hub, the virtues of the 2 realms merged, allowing Chen Mobai to attain the perfection of the 9 virtues. At that moment, a Tao seed, radiant with a faint golden light within, condensed and emerged in Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness. The seed of saintly virtue. As this seed of Tao condensed, Chen Mobai felt that his phoenix rising sun diagram had reached the great perfection realm. The bottleneck in his purple mansion sea of consciousness was broken in an instant, and he broke through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, his already very powerful divine sense began to slowly increase. Chen Mobai estimated that, based on the vastness of the universe, his divine sense could increase by 2 or 3 times at this rate, which would be just enough to reach the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be very satisfied with this, but Chen Mobai was different. He felt that he could take this opportunity to directly raise his divine sense to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Because he still had half of the power of the Tong Sheng Zhen Ling Dan, a type of elixir, left unused. The second primordial spirit had, without anyone noticing, transformed back into the pure Yang pearl and merged into the purple mansion sea of consciousness. Like a blazing sun, it radiated endless light, helping him to fully unleash the medicinal power of the Tong Sheng True Spirit Pill and integrate it into his main primordial spirit. His divine sense, which was already constantly improving due to the perfection of the phoenix facing the sun painting, advanced by leaps and bounds under the effects of the medicine. But no matter how much his divine sense surged, Chen Mobai was always able to easily control it with the holy virtue seed. This sacred road represents destiny. A person of saintly virtue is one who possesses great fortune. Therefore, risks such as going astray in cultivation will not occur to him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Chen Mobai finally felt his divine sense cross the threshold and advance to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. At that very moment, the medicinal power of the true spirit pill was exhausted. For others, breaking through a barrier does not mean that their realm has been stabilized. Especially in cases where a breakthrough is forcibly achieved through the power of medicine, the vast majority of cases will result in a regression and a fall back down. However, Chen Mobai has just mastered the pure Yang Dao. His original spirit transformed into a bluebird once more, unleashing bursts of pure Yang Dao power. The vast divine consciousness that had just broken through and was still somewhat unstable suddenly became peaceful, just as stable as the one that Chen Mobai had cultivated for hundreds of years. However, this is just an illusion. Although the pure Yang Dao can prevent him from ever regressing, it will not grant him the proficiency he should have, unlike the Time Dao. Therefore, when he activated his vast divine sense, he still felt somewhat sluggish and unfamiliar with it. These are minor issues. The level of understanding is already there, and things can be gradually worked out in the future. For Chen Mobai, who possesses the pure Yang Dao, he couldn't wait to advance to the void refinement stage. However, although it cannot be promoted to the void refinement stage, it can certainly raise the second primordial spirit by one small realm. The pure Yang Pearl, the body of his second primordial spirit, was originally the innate fire elemental core of the Queen Mother. It contained innate fire elemental spiritual energy at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai had previously estimated that after refining it into innate pure yang energy, his second primordial spirit would possess the power of the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. And it is clear that his calculations were accurate. After the divine sense of the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator took over, the remaining half of the innate fire elemental energy in the core of the pure yang pearl instantly transformed from crimson to golden innate pure yang energy, just like ice and snow melting away. This process will last for quite some time, mainly because Chen Mobai is not yet adept at controlling his rapidly increasing spiritual sense. However, thanks to the great fortune of the holy virtue and the unwavering nature of the pure Yang Dao, there is no need to worry about failure. He observed the pure Yang pearl for a while, and after confirming that it was on the right track, he stopped paying attention to it. With a wave of his hand, the Yuan Yang sword that had been hanging to the side fell into his palm. "Many thanks, Master, for bestowing upon me the great Tao." The plump, white Yuan Yang sword spirit reappeared from the sword, clasped its hands in a deep bow to Chen Mobai. You seem a little different." As Chen Mobai spoke, he carefully examined the Yuan Yang sword spirit and noticed that it had grown two thick, dark mustaches, making it appear more mature. "Master, I feel my spirituality has greatly improved. I may have broken through the bottleneck of over 3,000 years and advanced to the 6th rank." The spirit of the Yuanyang sword nodded and immediately told Chen Mobai some incredibly good news. He immediately reached out his hand, and the sword spirit instantly guided the hilt into his palm. Now, without even needing the covenant, he was able to achieve perfect harmony with this top-tier flying sword of the immortal sect, his mind and spirit becoming one, his sword heart clear. The moment the sword was in his hand, the holy virtue seed within Chen Mobai's purple mansion sea of consciousness emitted an even richer aura of purity and holiness. An eternal, supreme path that connects the past and the future came into his view at this moment through the Yuan Yang sword in his hand and the sacred virtue Tao seed. This is the great Tao of innate saintly virtue. Chen Mobai had a feeling that, if he wanted, he could use his primordial spirit to control the sacred virtue seed at any time, entrust it to the Yuan Yang sword in his hand, and integrate it into this innate great Tao. The cultivation after reaching the nascent soul stage involves receiving and refining the power of the great Tao. If the method is incorrect, and the power of the great Tao that is drawn in exceeds the limit that a cultivator can refine, then the cultivator will be assimilated by the great Tao and lose self-awareness. One such method is for sword cultivators to entrust their primordial spirit to their cultivation. Using the sword as a treasure ship to cross the great Tao, drawing upon the great Tao through the sword, constantly testing one's own limits, and ultimately being able to refine the power of the great Tao with the fastest efficiency, making rapid progress. In that instant, Chen Mobai comprehended all the knowledge that the white light had left him, the knowledge that contained his primordial spirit. It turns out it's similar to the Tao fruit. After comprehending this, Chen Mobai felt that in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. However, while a cultivator can rely on their own talent to entrust their primordial spirit, the Tao fruit requires the legacy of an elder. For Chen Mobai, this swordsmanship, which he entrusted his primordial spirit to, was naturally of great use. Because he doesn't possess the Tao fruit of saintly virtue, if he were to painstakingly absorb and refine the power of the great Tao of saintly virtue on his own, it would take a very long time just to test that limit. With a primordial spirit to rely on, plus the Yuan Yang sword, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Because the Yuan Yang sword has become a vessel of saintly virtue after this baptism, Chen Mobai can use it as a transit point, or even a resting place on the path of saintly virtue. Moreover, with the help of the sword spirit, he can refine the power of the path of saintly virtue more easily. Unexpectedly, the second bluebird turned out to be Sacred Virtue Avenue. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai looked up and stood up to bow to the bluebird that was still circling overhead. Although he found it very strange, as a Taoist alchemist cultivating the Nirvana Tao, Chen Mobai's saintly virtue was still considerable, and this was the result of over 100 years of hard work. The sublimation and condensation of his Tao seed gave him a sense that his own efforts were crucial to his current success. The only thing that Chen Mobai regretted was that this second bluebird did not take him into the Purple Cloud Palace. It seems that for the Dan Ding Taoist, the most important memory was simply that lecture about the ninth order of creation. Just as Chen Mobai was thinking this, the bluebird above his head suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and fell down, enveloping him in it. When he came to his senses, he found that he was no longer in the jade flat small world. Chen Mobai looked down at his Taoist robe and the futon beneath his knees, and knew that he had returned to Zixale Palace. So it was meant to happen after enlightenment. If one cannot comprehend the great way of saintly virtue, will one not be drawn into this illusion? Junior brother, junior brother. Just as Chen Mobai was deep in thought, a familiar voice came from ahead. Senior sister, pay attention in class. Chen Mobai wasn't familiar with the person in front of him, so he pretended to be focused on studying and refused to chat with her telepathically. Oh, the female cultivator in the green robe in front replied with a slightly strange word, and then the two of them continued to listen to the purple-robed Taoist's lesson. Chen Mobai felt that the content of these lessons, which could keep the Taoist Dan Ding even after death within the Tao fruit, must be at least no less than the ninth order creation. Therefore, he was completely focused from the beginning and pushed the 5 notes of the scale to their limit. Because the phoenix facing the sun painting was already perfected, his comprehension this time had reached its peak, almost the limit for a human being. Chen Mobai felt a gaze sweep over him. He recalled the first time he came here and guessed it was from the purple-robed Taoist who gave the lecture. He dared not look up, fearing that he would be discovered as an eavesdropper and be kicked out by the purple-robed Taoist. After waiting for a while, the Taoist's voice continued to lecture, and Chen Mobai finally felt relieved. He pricked up his ears and began to write down and comprehend these obscure and difficult things. The topic of this lecture was surprisingly related to the 3,000 Great Paths. It seems to be a continuation of the previous lesson on the ninth order creation. It appears that the purple-robed Taoist carefully considered the matter after class and decided to explain it in more detail, considering that the student's comprehension might not be up to par. With the 3,000 Great Taos as the foundation, one can create the universe. The reason I was able to master the 3,000 Great Taos in the past was because I created a universe. If you were the first living being when heaven and earth were first created, you would naturally have the power to master all 3,000 Great Taos. However, at the beginning of creation, there were many powerful innate beings born with the Great Tao. They were born as supreme beings of the Great Tao, beings who merged with the Tao. There were also those with amazing opportunities who were able to seize and devour more Great Taos and achieve the pure Yang realm. In that case, you would need to spend a very long time to subdue, control, and refine the 3,000 Great Taos into the power of creation. To create a universe and evolve the 3,000 Great Paths, this is the way I can achieve creation and attain eternity. You lot have already reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this universe. If you want to break free and attain eternity, you can use my method, but you can also try to create a new path to eternity on your own. You all have that potential. At the end of the class, the purple-robed Taoist addressed the 7 students sitting in the first row, and they all bowed deeply in respect. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. After the first row, all the other beings in the hall who were listening to the lecture also bowed deeply. Chen Mobai naturally followed the trend, and was even among the fastest to do so. All right, this is my last class here. I will be leaving this universe soon. Do you have any questions? I will answer them all today. The purple-robed Taoist waved his hand, and everyone in the hall involuntarily stood up. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai looked distressed. If he wasn't mistaken, he was currently in place of the Dan Ding Taoist, but in reality, he had infiltrated to eavesdrop, and therefore possessed independent consciousness. He desperately wanted to learn from the purple-robed Taoist in front of him, but his cultivation level was too low. He was afraid that his questions would be too naive, causing the other students in the hall to laugh at him and revealing his identity. These are all the strongest beings in this universe. Chen Mobai was afraid that even in the illusion of Dan Ding Dao Ren, they would still be able to sense that this scene had changed in the past years and thus locate him. Thinking about this, Chen Mobai decided that he should pretend to be a bad student and not ask any questions. I know that each of you has many, many questions in your hearts. In order not to delay my departure, let each of you ask only one question. Just as Chen Mobai was about to reluctantly give up the opportunity to ask a question, the purple-robed Taoist sitting on the lotus suddenly spoke up. "Teacher, could you ask me a couple more questions?" The blue-robed female cultivator sitting on the tortoise in the first row couldn't help but plead for mercy. But the purple-robed Taoist shook his head and then pointed to the first person on the left in the first row. "One star, you go first." The silver-haired Taoist nodded slightly, then asked, "Master, can my great Tao attain eternity?" The question immediately sparked a lively discussion among the crowd. As expected, the purple-robed Taoist also frowned slightly, as if he had encountered some problem. After a long while, he sighed and gently shook his head. "No." Upon hearing this, the silver-haired Taoist turned pale, and the brilliant starry chessboard above his head began to crumble, as if his Taoist heart had shattered. "Teacher, why can't senior brother Yixing prove eternity?" At this moment, the second gray-robed youth continued to ask the question, following up on the previous one. The purple-robed Taoist said, "Because I am only at the eternal realm, I can only see what is below the eternal realm and cannot see through the existence of beings at the same level. But at least, I have not been able to see the future of a one-star being who has attained eternity." After hearing the Taoist's words, everyone started discussing them. However, this at least proves one thing: the teacher has indeed reached the eternal realm. Next came the young man in black robes and white hair, but he asked in a telepathic voice, seemingly not wanting everyone to know what he was asking. The purple-robed Taoist priest also replied via telepathy. After asking the question, Chen Mobai sat down with a furrowed brow. Next up are the true dragon and the phoenix, which also use telepathy. "Teacher, I wish to create my own universe and master the 3,000 great Taos. Please teach me the method of creation and the power of creation." The last female cultivator in blue robes, sitting on the tortoise, said these words in front of everyone. "Can." Upon hearing this, the purple-robed Taoist nodded with a smile without any hesitation, and then took a lotus seed from the green lotus beneath him. The lotus seeds bloomed, transforming into an ancient and simple gate. "This is the gate of the great void. After I leave, this will belong to you. The methods for creating the universe and evolving the 3,000 great Taos are contained within it." Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, the blue-robed female cultivator respectfully rose from the tortoise, walked to the purple-robed Taoist, and accepted the gate of the great void with both hands. "Teacher, I also want this method." The red-haired youth, first on the left in the second row, also spoke up, wanting to open up a method for creating a universe. The purple-robed Taoist shook his head and refused him. "This method can only work when used with the gate of the great void. If you want it, wait until it is opened before you borrow it from her." After hearing the purple-robed Taoist's words, everyone's gazes toward the blue-robed female cultivator became even more fervent. After asking each student in the second row, it was finally the turn of the student in front of Chen Mobai. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Teacher, may I achieve Tao?" "Can." The purple-robed Taoist uttered only one word, and instantly, everyone's eyes turned to the green-robed female cultivator. The two people beside her congratulated her. "Senior sister Wangji, don't forget us in the future." "Junior sister, after you attain the Tao, please pass on your insights to me." Upon hearing the way the crowd addressed the female cultivator in front of him, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. As expected, it is Taoist Wangji, the best friend of the Taoist Dan Ding. Unexpectedly, their friendship stemmed from sitting at desks next to each other. At this moment, Chen Mobai was certain of his identity. He was definitely the patriarch of their lineage, the Pill Cauldron Taoist. Soon it was his turn to ask, sitting in the third row. Chen Mobai didn't hesitate at this moment, and immediately transmitted his voice to the purple-robed Taoist. After all, many people in the main hall did the same. To avoid revealing himself, he didn't ask anything beyond the scope of the course, and even pretended to be the identity of the pill cauldron Taoist. Master, this disciple would like to request the method of cultivating to the pure Yang realm using the pure Yang scroll. Chen Mobai had not forgotten that the pure Yang scroll cultivated by the Dan Ding Taoist could only reach the Tao integration realm at most. Since this technique was passed down by Taoist Zixio, who is a transcendent and eternal being, it must have chapters that go beyond the Tao integration stage. Originally, Chen Mobai wanted to achieve his goal in one step, by obtaining the method to cultivate the pure Yang scroll to the 9th level of creation. But the red-haired youth in the second row has already set an example. The 9th order creation can only be achieved by combining it with the gate of the void and opening up the universe. The purple-robed Taoist does not pass it on. So he lowered his expectations. After transmitting his voice, Chen Mobai discovered that the purple-robed Taoist did not reply to him immediately, but instead fell into an eerie silence. The people in the main hall also felt something was strange at this moment. After all, the purple-robed Taoist answered everyone very quickly, as if he were in a hurry to finish class. But with the alchemist, it has been stuck for so long. At this moment, Chen Mobai also sensed that something was amiss. He immediately realized that it might be because his question conflicted with the original question asked by the pill cauldron Taoist, causing the eternal being, the purple cloud Taoist, to experience a pause. Just as he was sweating slightly and thinking about how to explain, the Taoist's voice rang in his ear. Perfect. As soon as he uttered that word, Chen Mobai breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Then a golden light shone from the purple-robed Taoist's fingertip and touched his brow. The pure Yang scroll, from the Tao integration stage to the pure Yang stage, began to appear in Chen Mobai's mind. Upon seeing this, Chen Mobai knew that Taoist Zixio must have discovered his identity. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be this chapter that was taught. The content before the attainment of Tao clearly indicates that he already knew about it. Thank you, teacher. After the transmission of the Dharma, Chen Mobai sincerely clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, knelt on the prayer mat, and bowed deeply to the purple-robed Taoist. At this moment, everything around them began to gradually turn into smoke, just like before. The moment Chen Mobai looked up, he saw the female cultivator in green robes turn around, but unfortunately, she and all the other living beings around her had already turned into mist and disappeared before his eyes. However, Chen Mobai had already remembered her. Taoist Wangji, who established the White Crane Dojo. He was also Dan Ding Dao Ren's best friend. If there is an opportunity in the future, we should see if we can rescue her. After all, according to the notes of Ancestor Yunya, during the Demon Lord's tribulation, Taoist Wangji was suppressed by the Demon Lord's incarnation. Daijun exists in harmony with the Great Tao, so Daijun Wangji should still be alive. Chen Mobai felt that since he had obtained such a great opportunity left by the Dan Ding Taoist, it was necessary to accept his karma. Moreover, as the disciple of the Tao Venerable, he is definitely irreconcilably opposed to the Demon Lord. Just as his thoughts were racing, the surrounding smoke dissipated, and he returned to the Jade Flat's small world. Chen Mobai stood up and bowed to the bluebird that had transformed into a wisp of light. The bluebird flickered and then merged back into the jade tree in the cauldron. The patriarch had 3 bluebird dharma forms, and only 2 have appeared so far. At this moment, Chen Mobai looked at the alchemical jade tree and became somewhat greedy. As if sensing his thoughts, the Dan Ding jade tree emitted an even more lustrous jade-colored radiance, and then a third, more magnificent bluebird flew out. Chen Mobai was overjoyed, and took the initiative to send out his true form and primordial spirit to join them. With anticipation on his face, his primordial spirit touched the third bluebird. In an instant, he felt his divine sense begin to be consumed violently, and even his physical body and primordial spirit began to become illusory and unstable. Chen Mobai's face turned pale with horror, and he immediately controlled his primordial spirit to separate from the third bluebird. After a phoenix cry, the third bluebird circled him twice before flying back and merging into the jade tree in the cauldron. After Chen Mobai used the power of the pure Yang Dao to reconsolidate his physical body and primordial spirit, he understood why. This indicates that his foundation is insufficient, and he can only accept the inheritance of 2 bluebirds at most. The greatest talent in the history of the immortal sects still seems insufficient. We need to be number 1 in the universe.